and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do from people like this off of the streets of Governor Walton City, Minneapolis, of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about. And there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk. These individuals, this is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state.
Too fast, too fast. Everything hurts already. Okay. Oh my God. Mother, this is terrifying. No, pizza. No, I'm having fun. I really am. No, I don't like this. Too fast, too fast. Everything hurts.
Now we're talking.
Good morning, everyone. It's 10:03 and we're going to go ahead and convene the meeting. I know folks are still coming in. Just wanted to welcome everyone and wish people a happy new year. Thank you for joining the Government Oversight Committee meeting along with the Judiciary Committee in our discussion of the audit report. With that, I'm going to pass to my co-chair, Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox, to see if she has any opening comments.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm joining by Zoom today. I'm at a workshop with students, but thank you very much for taking the time. Happy New Year. This is important to go through the parameters of the audit as we've been doing
I think we just have
a number of our committees.
be a little bit more.
Thanks, everyone, and looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Just remind folks, if you are connecting via Zoom, if you can mute yourself if you're not talking, so we can ensure that everyone can hear what's going on. With that, I'm going to pass it over to the Judiciary Committee for opening remarks. Representative Staffdrum.
Set to get started.
Senator
Winfield, good morning.
Gary Winfield, apologies. To the rankings, Senator Thompson, are you online? Representative Carney.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's nice to be back in the building, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the auditors and the Department of Corrections have to say. So thanks. Wonderful. Senator Kissel, are you online?
I'm actually right here, Representative David.
Oh, I'm so used to sitting next to you.
I know. I missed the days when we were co-chairs of Regs Review. Delighted to be here. Happy New Year to everyone. And I'm just looking forward to learning all the facts that are out there regarding Department of Corrections. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I too am used to seeing you in Regs Review and a different scene, and I look forward to today's hearing. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go ahead and kick off. Would the auditors of public accounts please come up? Just while they're getting themselves settled, I just wanted to make sure that we are very appreciative. Everyone knows how appreciative we are of the work of the auditors of public accounts who are firstly going to present. They are going to talk about the audits of 2022 to 2023, which is the one we just released. And we all know that this is sort of post-COVID, post-pandemic, and there's been a lot of issues going on. And hopefully we have a lot of improvement over our recommendations that have keep recurring. But I do want to remind the committee that we are not going to be talking about any sort of pending current legislation or litigation, excuse me, that's happening in regards to things going on with the agency. So if we can make sure that our comments are around the audit reports, that would be great. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Representative Dathan, chairs and ranking members and members of the Judiciary and Government Oversight Committees. For the record, I'm John Garagosian, one of the state auditors. This,
I'm Craig Minor, I'm his counterpart.
there you go. So we're happy to be here today to talk a little bit about this audit. And, just starting off, and we said this during the last hearing about the Department of Children and Families. We're very mindful of the difficult job that the department has and the immense responsibilities it has maintaining the safety of the public and its employees and the inmates. Now, as you said, and our goal is always to make government work better. This audit was, as you said, an audit of the department for the fiscal years 22 and 23. It's a compliance audit. So in a compliance audit, we look at every state and quasi-public agency approximately every 2 years, and we're looking at whether they're following state law, state policy, their own policy, union contracts and the like. So that's what this was. It had 18 recommendations. Our prior audit reported the department had 21 recommendations. 5 of those recommendations were implemented and or otherwise resolved. 16 were repeated or restated with modifications. And I just note that we follow up on every single recommendation when we go in to do the next audit of the agency. The audit, and we always talk about how many hours these audits take. This audit took over 3,700 hours, and it involved 6 of our employees. So our work is very labor intensive. We're currently in the field on the next audit of the department for the 24 and 25 fiscal years. And that's about halfway through in terms of the budgeted hours. And in addition, we're doing a performance audit on inmate medical care. And that's about halfway through its hours. And that audit is looking at the department's compliance with statutory requirements and its policies to provide healthcare services, the efficiency and effectiveness of DOC's procedures for inmates to request healthcare services and other related issues. I think Craig's going to say a few words, but before he does that, I want to introduce the front, which I think it's always valuable for you to hear from the frontline auditors that do the work. And I want to acknowledge Mike Stemler, who was the auditor that did this audit, and he's working on the current one. Mike's the principal auditor with our office. He's been with our office for 17 years. He's also conducted audits in higher education, the Department of Environmental Protection, and Department of Developmental Services. So he's got a lot of experience in our office. His supervisor is David Taralla. You might have seen him before. David is one of our division heads and heads up our Treasury audit unit. And he's done many audits over his 25-year career. So it's they can answer all the tough questions, and Craig and I will handle all the softballs.
Wonderful.
And briefly, I would just like to add that as I've stated before when we've been before you, many of these audits have findings that have existed in some cases for decades. It doesn't mean that someone's not hearing us, and I think it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't care. It may mean that the resolution is not easy to kind of figure out. And in some cases, John said, there have been efforts made on some of these findings where the finding isn't exactly the same as it may have been back in 2010. And so I think the agency should be credited on trying to work toward resolution. But in its simplest form, and we kind of talk about this in the office, at 7 o'clock in the morning when the shift is going to change, if that's shift change, and you don't have a person to replace the person that was leaving at 7 o'clock and really wanted to go home, someone needs to spend some time on overtime. And you don't always have an opportunity to go down the list. You don't always have an opportunity to be fair. And so I think what our folks try to do is just state the fact. And then it's up to you folks to figure out, is there a solution that we can help them fund? Is there a solution that we can work on legislatively as a state? But by all means, it's not all black and white. But some of these actually predated COVID by quite a lot. And so we're here to try and help people understand to the extent we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really helpful. You actually answered a couple of my questions, Mr. Garagosian, when you spoke. You know, I think when I look at the audit report and the number of repeat kind of comments, if you will, they've been going on for a decade at least. And I was going to ask the question, do you feel that there's been, it seems to the public that there could be a bad track record by the agency in working with you all and not responding to these comments, but you really feel that they are working towards resolution. Was that your opinion and the opinion of the team in the field?
Well, I think I've talked about this at other hearings. I think the overtime finding is, we're not going to solve it completely, but we hope to make it better, right? So, as Craig discussed, you have to get coverage for, you have an incident in one of the facilities, you have to get coverage. Do they dot all the i's and cross all the t's? Are there systems in place to make that easier? I know years ago, in many years in my past, years ago in my past life, we were talking about this agency in terms of timesheets. That they didn't used to put in their timesheets like the rest of us on through core. You know, there were paper timesheets and there were all other difficulties like that. But can they improve the systems so that overtime approvals, that they're flagged, that they have to be approved, that they have to, you know, not that the overtime was illegitimate, but, you know, like, as I said earlier, we're measuring against their own rules. The other one that comes to mind is the administrative leave, you know, issue. It's not a realistic scenario in a lot of cases. If you have an employee with a pending criminal charge, it's not going to get resolved in that time frame. You know, should there be some sort of exception to carve those out? Should there be some other remedy to make sure that it's just not realistic? You know, but again, those are the rules. So that's what we measure against.
So in terms of staff training, I mean, this was one of the issues that you all highlighted, and compliance with federal rules, you know, particularly around PREA. A lot of folks are kind of concerned about that. What are the audit procedures around those compliance issues?
Sure. So for employee training, for direct contact employees, which are correction officers, inmate medical, they require more training, which is 40 hours a year, while non-direct require 16 hours. And those trainings are geared toward their job responsibilities or job description.
So one of the notes I noticed in one of the reports, it talked about that new hires of correction officers used to go through, I think it was like 14 weeks or something, and now they're only going through 12. You know, do you all, as part of your field procedures, look at the sort of aspects included in the training that they comply with the federal regulations?
For this audit, no, we didn't look at the requirements for the federal regulations.
Okay. But generally, you look at requirements of, and if you can just reintroduce yourself, sorry, when you,
Sure. It's Mike Stemler. I'm the principal auditor assigned to the Department of Correction audit.
so generally in your audit procedures, you look at compliance with federal laws as well as state laws as part of the scope of the audit. Is that correct?
Well, so for this audit, it's mainly state regulations, policies, internal controls, state statutes, not really federal regulations for these audits.
Do you know if there's procedures that are done in other audits that to ensure that the department is in compliance with federal rules and regulations?
Specific to training, we don't, I'm not aware. We do a single audit, which involve federal programs, certain federal programs we look into, but.
Okay. One of the, and I'm gonna let the committee start asking questions as well, because I could ask a lot of questions here, but I do want to give up folks an opportunity. I talked about training here. That was one of the highlights that, I probably have some concerns about, and ensuring that our officers are receiving proper training, because that training is so critical to ensure that we are managing this difficult population when it has a high level of needs and issues. um, the administrative leave levels is extremely high. I was pretty surprised to see that when someone an officer who is on administrative leave, they fall into certain categories. One of the categories is, felony arrests for off-duty misconduct, that we're actually paying officers to be on administrative leave for things that happen in their own time. And that's concerning to me. And why aren't these officers, reallocated to a different administrative function internally, so that they are actually continuing to work and not just sitting at home? But these are costing the agency a lot. It's in this time period, there was $835,000 worth of administrative leave paid to folks, just in those sort of 10 employees that you looked at, which is a huge, huge number. And if you kind of extrapolate that to other folks on administrative leave that weren't part of your scope, it could be a very, very big number. So, I do kind of think about that overall. I'm really pleased to hear that you're talking about inmate medical. In your scope of the work that you're doing, one of the findings you had was the like the sort of lateness in administering medications. Is that going to be part of the scope of the work that you're doing in your performance audit?
Actually, I'm not sure at this point. We kind of let the auditors do their work. And yeah, I mean, the scope document's about 30 pages long. And I know they're doing a lot of their due diligence and talking to a lot of stakeholders. So, but I mean, that's been a concern of ours. I mean, we were involved years ago in a report about inmate medical care, as well as the issue of accreditation. And we had a long fight with the department to get access to the inmate medical report that was commissioned regarding inmate medical care years ago.
Yeah, because that's something that you've highlighted, and it's been a kind of a repeating item that, folks are between 30 minutes late, and, hours late, and in some cases totally have missed medication. And, thinking about some of the conditions folks might be missing, it could be, heart issues, it could be, medication for mental health issues. And this could really put, inmates and correction officers in danger for folks not receiving their medication. Um, One other quick question before I give folks in the committee an opportunity to speak. We talked a little bit about overtime, and, we would like to dig into that a little bit. But the level of workers' comp, I know during your audit period, the workers' comp kind of moved from the individual agency level to DAS, I think it is. And wanting to know that as part of your scope, are you looking at workers' comp, kind of to see the trend from 21. We were 31 million in workers' comp awards, and how that's looking, or is that totally outside of the scope of this audit?
So yeah, workers' comp, due to the centralization, was scoped out of our current audit, as well as some other functions as well.
So we could look at that separately in the DAS audit, I think. Is it that, or is it just OPM that's receiving the workers' comp? Would you be looking at that in
I-
another
I-
agency audit?
I'm sure they would consider it as part of the uh, as part of the DAS audit, but
Yeah.
I mean, but this has been an issue we've noted in the state police audit and everything else, you know, having adequate staffing levels. If you don't have adequate staffing levels and excessive overtime, you put everybody at risk. You put the corrections officer at risk, you put the inmates at risk. You know, it's going to lead to more workers' compensation. So, I mean, these are all, you know, policy decisions. It's the level of employment, things like that. But I would guess there'd be a correlation between being understaffed and having more injuries on the job.
Okay, I'm gonna move on and just ask one other question before, in terms of like, cameras and things like that, in accord to what was passed in our police accountability bill. Does the agency comply, with the sort of body cameras? Has that been part of the scope of this audit because it was in that window?
That's not something we looked at during this audit. I'm not sure when that was passed, but it's something we can consider.
It was mentioned in one of the audit reports, and so I was just kind of bringing that up, because I saw that it was an issue that we need to think about. You know, and I'd love to kind of dig into kind of asset management, as well, and what sort of procedures are done. But I'm going to give other folks an opportunity to ask questions, so I'm not monopolizing it. Senator Gadkar Wilcox, do you have any questions for the agency?
I had just a couple. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just echo what the questions you've asked and what you said. And thank you to the auditors for all the work that you did on this and on all the audit reports that we look at together. Just a question about the selection of individuals. I noticed in some cases, individuals were randomly selected, and then sometimes it says judgmentally selected. So you intentionally kind of selected either categories of individuals or, like for the union leave, people with the highest or the highest amounts of time. The first question is, how do you decide when it's random or when you selectively, identify individuals? And the second part of that is, why is the medical selection random instead of looking at the most vulnerable to make sure those medications are being timely delivered?
So most of our selections are judgmental, and usually it depends on the universe and if we're able to focus on the higher risk items, like paid leave. We took the top 10 highest. We sometimes will stratify our universe to focus on higher risk, but we're still selecting some lower risk items. For the medical leave, I don't think there was a way for us to really focus on the more vulnerable inmates. So we kind of just did a random selection of 10 and then looked at every medication that those 10 received.
So was there any assessment? Because I mean, I can imagine depending on the medication, there could be a very serious risk versus not such a, they're not a significant implication if something is not delivered on time. So is there any way to assess that? Because that would be important to know what were the potential implications of missed medications, and like what was the scale in terms of the health risk?
So other than, I'm not aware of a way to identify, which medications are more significant. We just kind of randomly selected based on inmate.
Is that something, when you said you're doing this follow-up audit, is that something specifically focusing on you'll be able to figure out, because it would be important to know, to what extent are people's, are we putting somebody's health at risk? And to what extent, does the oversight not have that kind of consequence? Because if in a number of cases, I mean, even in this, it's with 10, it seemed to be a lot. I mean, it was very disconcerting to see how many medications were missed just for 10 for 10 inmates, out of 685, 79. That's still very significant. But it would be it would be important, I think, to have some kind of health assessment that goes with that. Like, what is the potential implication? I don't know if there's a way for you to put that in your upcoming audit.
Good morning, Senator. I think the performance audit might get into some of more of those issues in terms of the care side of things. The compliance audit is more administrative. You're supposed to give medication at a certain time. When are you giving the medication? Not necessarily being able to, and I assume they work off of some sort of log, but that Mike could tell you, what they do, but it's more along those lines. But the performance audit will delve more deeply into this specific issue of inmate medical care and some of the issues surrounding that.
Great, thank you. And then just one question about I saw that 20 individuals were selected for the trainings. And again, it was disconcerting that 19 out of 20 didn't meet the minimum requirements. But out of those 20, I presume they were sort of judgmentally selected because you selected among the various categories of, of job specifications. So administration, direct contact, non-direct contact, food service. I mean, I don't know how many categories there are, but that was my one question: is how many categories of, jobs are there? And once you sort of divide that or think about it, those number of categories, why was 20 the number that was selected? Because that would mean it would only be like one or two, depending on how many categories there are that you selected from each category. And is that sufficient to really get an assessment of training for the audit?
So really, there's two categories. It's the direct, any job position that deals directly with an inmate, and then non-direct. I think 20 has been we've done that in the past and kind of continued with that number, but we tried to focus on more direct inmate employees in this test.
So out of those 20, you selected more that have direct contact.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't separate, there aren't sort of categories of, like upper administration or administrative positions versus you were just looking at contact and non-contact?
Yeah, that was our main focus, because that's the differentiation between how many hours you would need.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
So, Madam Chair, if I could briefly, I ask some of the similar questions that you ask of our staff when we go through the process of finalizing the document. And I guess what I've learned is, from our perspective, is once you've hit the threshold of being reportable, it's reportable. There's almost nothing you can do to mitigate it being reportable. And so, we could discuss directing this group of individuals to go back and fully flesh out every employee that works for the Department of Correction, but it's not going to change the finding. It may actually change what your impression is of the finding, and you may be able to get at that by having a conversation with, in this case, the Department of Corrections. They may tell you why they focus on one group over another group. And to Mike's point, contact may be, kind of the industry-wide standard as to who you want to make sure you're training as well as you can. I try to remember also that Chairman Dathan mentioned COVID. These audits are looking back 2 years. And so in 2021, there was a departure of state employment. And so I'm not surprised to see some of these numbers lag behind what you might think would be appropriate, because we probably had a lot of new people in the Department of Corrections, just like we did everywhere else, and trying to meet those standards in a 2-year period. If that was a continuing matter for another 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, maybe it's a bigger issue. But I think we do watch the fact that the dates go back to COVID. And in this case, it's very close to COVID, and a lot of new employees for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. I think, we are very keen to see the inmate medical performance audit. Do you have a ETA when that's going to be issued? Or I know early stages.
You know,
still,
I
but-
just looked in the binder just to see where we were. I think we were like 2,000 hours into a 4,000 hour audit, but it might be more than that. I know they've done a lot of outreach, and that's what the performance audit team operates a little differently. They're looking whether to see programs are operating efficiently, effectively, and measuring in those ways. So it is very labor intensive and time consuming. And so I don't know. I would say probably summer, if I had to guess.
Okay, I think that'll be really helpful. And just to put it in context, there's about 7,600 inmates in this audit period that are receiving medication, and we are just looking about at 1% of that population currently. Are you expanding that scope for the performance audit and coverage for number of inmates?
Again, I'm not sure exactly what, that they're even at that point in the audit. They may be doing a lot of due diligence, and then they'll decide how they're going to go about their samples. I wouldn't know, and we do all of our audits under government auditing standards and under the Yellow Book. All of our samples are valid, and we're peer reviewed. We had a group of auditors from 5 states in the federal government auditing our office this summer. And so, although it sounds like a low sample selection. And we always note there are tools out there that allow us to, with the data analytics and AI, there are tools out there to look at every single transaction, every single record. So that may be the future, but right now, we do everything using a risk-based approach.
Totally understand, and that's totally appropriate. And I see it's not necessarily, the coverage is important. It's the fact that we're randomly selecting people to be able to look at these. And I understand you're using gas, so that's fine. In terms of the other question, I'm going to have to come back to myself because I just lost my notes there. But Representative Staffstrom or Senator Winfield, sorry.
Madam Chair. Good morning. I just have a question because in the conversation that's happening, the issue of COVID comes up, understandable. But on the recommendations for training and the medical recommendations in the context, what we see is that these issues have arisen before. And so while COVID has something to do with it, COVID is not the genesis of the issue. And so when that happens, I guess my question is, so that I know how to understand these things. Is there a question asked about a comparative question asked that shows up somewhere? Do I have to go and reread the report to know how to compare one thing to the other? Because I don't even know what to call you anymore, Senator Minor. It's so weird. I've called you Senator Minor for so many years. Mr. Minor, Craig, I don't. No, actually, we always had a great relationship. But you pointed out that these things are important, and I'm just trying to figure out how to understand. And you pointed out also that if successive years appear, well, successive years have appeared in the report. They may be going backwards, but they've appeared, and so I'm just trying to figure out how to understand this and how you deal with making those comparisons in the work that you do.
So one of the things that has transpired in the last year is that there's this new bill that says if an audit was released after October 1st, the agency has a certain period of time to come back to the committee with a recommendation or at least a description of how they plan to deal with each and every finding that rises to a certain level. Did it violate state law? Did it violate certain policies and so on? And so what didn't exist before was that law. I'm hopeful that communication between the respective agencies and the committees of cognizance even will bring about a transition to for the things that we can fix. John mentioned overtime. It may not necessarily be 100% fixable because of all the parameters that have to be understood, but maybe when it comes to training, There are some things that can be put in place, and there was no deadline before. These audits just piled up. In fairness to the current commissioner, they predated him. They predated me. And so I'm hoping it's going to get better. I think it's in terms of just training itself, it may be a number of reasons why it continues to show up as a finding. And maybe we can drill down into that a little bit more. I don't know if we can do it today, but I suspect the agency probably knows exactly why it continuously shows up, and they might be able to answer the question.
Yeah, so I'll just, and I appreciate that, thank you. And I'll just say this, I try to be fair to everybody, but when these things show up in report after report after report, I mean, if I look into this audit report on the training, it's 2010, 13, 16, 21, this report. It's more than just a training problem, it's a departmental problem. And you sat on this side, so you know, historically, I will say, to be fair to this current commissioner, trying to yield answers out of the department has been very difficult. And we have a responsibility for oversight. And if we can't get answers, then we can't really execute on oversight. So I'm trying to figure out what is the way in for real when, and I'm not suggesting this is necessarily going on now, but when those who have responsibility for oversight are attempting to do that. Auditors sometimes have a way of getting in it, we don't. So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand your report and how to place it as I continue to do the work I'm doing, but I appreciate the work you've done.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm glad that the auditors had a chance to highlight the piece of legislation that our committee put through last year. Because of that piece of legislation, we will have more real-time answers of what the agencies are doing to address the issues that come up. And when you have, 21 audit recommendation, 16 repeat, we want to understand and the public wants to understand why these are continuing issues. So I'm hopeful that we'll see a lot of good responses for that. With that, Representative Stastrom.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for being with us. Appreciate it. Just real quick, did you have a chance to review the testimony that came in from the commissioner for today's hearing?
Yeah, we received it yesterday.
Okay. So, I mean, and obviously we'll get into this with the department, but, they've submitted testimony to us that they've developed and implemented corrective action to address the audit's findings. And it's a broad statement. I know you're undergoing sort of another audit, and I know it's not complete, and I know, and so this may be a little bit of an unfair question, but we're looking back at data from several years ago. Is there anything you can provide us comfort with that corrective action has been taken by the department at this point?
Well, just say generally, we do follow up on all the findings and recommendations every time around. I'm not sure that, I don't think David and Mike can comment at this point because it's still, but I don't know.
Yeah, so our current audit is still ongoing. We haven't really concluded on too many testing. This was the 2022-23 was my first audit through, so I can't really speak going prior, but I will say they did, in terms of findings, they did resolve 5 in this audit. So some findings are being resolved, but can't go back.
I get it, but findings and audits have different meaning to different people. I mean, okay, paperwork's not being filed, certain things are not being tracked. Not that any of that's good, we need to correct it, but to me, that doesn't rise to a life and death issue like someone not receiving their medication does. And so I guess on kind of those more significant findings, maybe we'll leave this for the department, but I mean, I would like some comfort to back up the statement that corrective action has been taken on some of those broader, more systemic issues. Yeah.
So part of what I've struggled with for the last almost 2 years now is the transition from your seats to this seat. Because in your seat, I remember agencies coming before committees and being able to ask very direct questions in the hopes of trying to get a complete answer. You could look at budgetary information to know whether the state is funded in the case of personnel or training or whatever the question is. From our perspective, we're kind of limited to what we look at. There is a communication opportunity, but you know, when I say my transition, I get frustrated that there is no mechanism to demand, probably not a good word, but to demand some action in those areas where you think it's most important to have more immediate action. We can't do that. If I sat with the governor and had a conversation with him and he asked me the same question, I think I would be compelled to say the same thing. Our role and the role of the legislature and the executive branch are very different. And so we can't force you to put money in the budget. We can't force you to change the policy on overtime. We can't force you to have enough people in place to do medication distribution. But I would suggest to you that because of my time on the Appropriations Committee, when a budget is developed with lapses in it and the satisfaction of the lapse financially is kind of a restriction on hiring, we shouldn't be surprised that we don't have maybe enough nurses to go around or enough corrections officers or enough whatever. So some of it is of our doing, and I include me in the hour because that kind of was developed 10 years ago when we were in some very serious budget constraints. But it is kind of complicated. And to the extent we can get you information, I think John and I are both interested in trying to get you as good information as we can. But the agency really, I think, probably does know exactly what's going on. They know exactly where they are in the training, and they know whether it's because they have enough money to train people or really can't take people off the block to do the training.
Yeah. I hear you. I guess my point is we've been hearing about the medical problem for years now. And I mean, obviously this audit puts a pretty stark finding on the failures on the medical side. But we like to make policy decisions based on data. Obviously, this data is a little dated, and I think we're probably going to hear from the department as we're doing better than we did 3 years ago. However, I know from where I sit, we continue to hear the stories all the time on the medical side. And so while without data that bears out that we are doing better on the medical side, I have to assume, we're not.
Thank you, Chairman Staffdrum. Chairman Staffdrum referred to the DOC letter for the testimony. It will, just to let the public know, it will be put onto the CGA system. It's currently not there. So that'll go up. I'm going to ask our rankings if they have any questions. Representative Carney.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you both in this new year. I just have a few questions related to the audit. So, I mean, one of the things that comes up a lot in the report is, management and oversight. Do you know, I guess, how the Department of Corrections has done in terms of filling those roles or, increasing responsibilities for certain people who may have been there longer than others who have, or who may have some experience in that?
So I think our reference to manager oversight is kind of a general term we use as a cause when basically the controls are there, they're just not being followed. And so management's not putting the efforts to make sure they're being followed.
Okay. I mean, was there any sort of, I guess, reprimands or increased training for those folks who would have management and oversight? Did you see?
I'm not aware, and I
Okay.
didn't see.
Okay, another question I had was, I was a little concerned about the training exercises missed. I guess I'm just wondering what those training exercises are, if you can give me a general idea, and were there any ones that were missed more frequently than others?
So I can't say which ones were missed more than others. I didn't go dive that into that, but there were training specific to job descriptions, like for example, how to properly search a person. That would be a direct contact. Would need that training, but that was though there's that. There's also like ethics training as well. It's kind of universal across the agency, but if you're a direct contact, you would get a lot of training on inmate contact.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the response, and that's certainly something, I'm going to want to hear from the department more on, because I mean, that to me is extremely important to get training specifically in what you're talking about. Another question I had was related to the software issue. Is there any concern about, I guess, misuse of that software or tampering with that software?
No, we weren't really concerned with that. It was really just the criteria that's needed for the software inventory wasn't there.
Okay. And the last question I had was related to the inmate trust funds. I guess, I mean, aside from that, it sounds like there's a list posted. Where is that posted?
That should be posted on their website.
Okay. So is there any other way that prior inmate would know that they're owed those funds?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so there's nothing when an inmate gets released, they're not told this is how much is in your account.
I think there are procedures they should be
Okay.
telling them, and I think they are. I think part of their administrative directives are they have to make efforts to contact the inmate. I don't know what those efforts are, but and in addition to that, they post it on the website.
Do you know what happens if the funds are in there for a long enough time? Does that go to the treasurer
I believe after a year, they're transferred to the general.
after a
fund.
year?
Yeah, it's 1 year.
Okay. Okay. It's a short amount of time, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate this audit. It's very thorough, and all the hard work that you do, not only on this audit, but all the audits. I think you do wonderful work. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Dathan. And done a great job this morning. As one of the legislators who has more correctional facilities in his district than his or her district than any other state senator, I've had an opportunity to work real closely over the last several decades with various commissioners. And I want to commend you, Auditor Garagosian, who I served with many years ago on the Judiciary Committee, and you, Auditor Minor, whom I had the pleasure of serving with for several years in the Senate Republican Caucus. I think you've done an excellent job. There are some things that I've discussed with my counsel, Attorney Dykes, where we'll be proposing some bills to the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank Representative Carney for pointing out the inmate fund, because I think if there aren't steps being taken at this point in time, there's some really easy remedies to make sure those funds get to the inmates as they leave. And we want, most of the inmates are going to be released at some point in time, and we want them to be good, upright, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. And so in this day and age, any dollars in your pocket is going to be helpful. And there's just no real reason why someone should not be alerted as they're walking out the door. Hey, you've got $500 coming to you. If I was to retire or get voted out of this legislature and there was some account, I would hope on my last day, someone in Office of Legislative Management would say, hey, we have this account set aside and here's your money, because it would help to pay the bills. I appreciate the fact that the audit is dated, but I want to commend you in particular. Both the auditors are fabulous, but Auditor Minor, when you said that this is sort of a dance between the executive branch and the legislative branch as to resource allocation, I think that that's spot on. The other thing is this, because it's corrections where it's 24/7, there can never be a let up. There really should be no posts that are ever vacant for any period of time, because that would affect the safety and health of not only the corrections officers, but the inmates themselves. It's sui generis, right? It's a very specific kind of situation, very unlike other departments that we have in Connecticut. Uh, the other thing is, I think that we may be bumping up against a lack of training classes. And I know that we've suffered as a state and as a nation for a lack of individuals wanting to go into law enforcement. I'm guessing that there's a ripple effect to some extent where that probably affects new recruits to the Department of Corrections. And what I've seen in the last 5 years since the pandemic is a new sort of crazy tension that people will opt for a job or career choice where they may have an opportunity, if not all the time, a substantial amount of time in their career to work from home or to work remotely. That is not the case with Department of Corrections. You've got to be in there as a physical body to do the job if you're a corrections officer. And that puts tremendous pressure on the system. So I don't really have a question. I want to commend you all. I'm looking forward to the next reports. I do agree with you that it's highly complex, and if we don't allocate the resources, these things aren't going to get solved. But I did look at the report. I thought it was extremely helpful, and I will be putting forward some bill suggestions, hopefully to be raised for a public hearing in this short legislative session. So with that, I've been informed, and I enjoyed all the questions, and I wanted to thank you for coming and testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And just to quantify for the public, what we're talking about with the unclaimed accounts, as of August 15th, 2024, there were 7,813 inactive inmate accounts, approximately totaling 438,000. So just to let folks know how much money we're talking about. And so it could be, some material amounts for some of the inmates, and that would really help them on the outside. So thank you for bringing that up, Senator. With that, Ranking Member Fishbein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staggering to hear that number. And as we look forward to dealing with that issue, I'll just bring to both committees' attention that the statutory rate of interest is 10%. So just want to throw that out there. This is an important audit because, 11,000 people that reside in our state, I can't talk to, and they're affected by the Department of Corrections. Those are the individuals that are incarcerated. Not only we have the corrections officers, but, we get calls all the time from people saying, hey, this is going on in this department. I think you should do something about that. I can't call and corroborate a lot of that stuff. So I do appreciate the audit here today. Mr. Garagosian, I see your name on every audit. I do look at, or at least skim every audit. So it's nice to actually see you in person here today. And Senator Minor, I don't know where he is now, but he'll always be Senator Minor to me. Even if he runs, until he runs for governor successfully, he will always be Senator Minor. It's a fact-based analysis that we have before us. It's not administration. It's, what is going on? What are the facts? There was a colloquy going on about direction and implementation, and that, from my perspective, is not the role of the auditor. It is the role of the governor's office to review the audit and then to direct their commissioner that they selected, that we approved of, to act on the audit. So why that hasn't happened in some aspects is an open question. I'm looking at the summary that is part of the audit, and I always find that to be very helpful. I would just suggest that in the future, that when you have a squib, that you have the page of the audit that I can go to. Is it
I
on
think
there?
I think we just started doing that again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at least yeah.
I noted with this one, at least, it wasn't. So I would find that to be helpful. But on the other hand, you know, in searching for this stuff, I found other stuff within the actual audit that I was like, oh, you know, so anyway. But with specifics, number one, on the summary deals with leave beyond the limit. And focusing on that clause beyond the limit, what is the limit?
Well, the regulations are 30 days. 30 days is the maximum allowed.
And there is no process currently to suspend that?
If you get approval from DIS, you can extend the leave. There was any extensions available.
So as far as your review showed, none of those individuals, either through their union or individually, sought extension of those leaves?
Yeah, we weren't provided any extensions.
Okay.
I think that would have to be requested from the DOC.
Did you ask about it? Because they could exist, but just.
We did ask, yes. We asked for all documentation, including extensions.
Okay. The next one dealt with the overtime shifts. Well, actually, I didn't have any question about that one. The union leave. Do you look at, I mean, you have an individual, you have a document that says they took union leave. Do you corroborate that what they did during that time was appropriate union leave? I'm just trying to figure out what you do in the context of your audit with regard to, in particular, that item.
So one of the issues we did have was that the union leave code that they used was not appropriate to. So we do compare the code to what the support is.
Okay, so for instance, if a corrections officer goes to a golf tournament for the benefit of his or her union, you would be looking at whether or not that is an appropriate leave.
We were really just looking at the approvals. I don't know if it would have the various details, but for every leave every leave code, there's an approval.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at, you know, are you looking at the grains of sand or are you looking at the whole beach? So, you know, because that's a concern, at least to me as a legislator, while it might be coded properly, is it being used properly? And is that something you're looking at, or it's just the coding?
Yeah, I think it was just the coding we're focused on.
Okay. Now the next one, in the block, it says 891.5 hours of compensatory time earned by 5 exempt employees was incorrectly coded as overtime. Now, I would expect that if it was properly coded, it wouldn't be overtime and they wouldn't have been paid as overtime. Am I assuming something wrong there?
Yeah, that's correct. It was
Okay.
Yeah.
So individuals, 5 employees of the Department of Corrections were overpaid for 891.5 hours of time. Am I?
Well, they should have, instead of the overtime, they should have received comp time,
Which is straight time.
which is straight time, yes.
Okay, so instead of receiving regular hourly wage, they were given time and a half.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so are you aware of the status of recouping that money or anything like that?
As of the current audit, no, we haven't asked about that.
Okay, now would that be part of the compliance audit or the new audit that you're working on? That particular notion of there's money out there, shouldn't have gotten out there. Is that the new audit or is that the next round of the compliance audit?
It would probably fall into like a follow-up, so it'd be a current 24-25 audit. that we would.
Okay, so we're gonna have to wait another 3 years or so to, no, okay, please, yeah, this is all new to me, so how long are we gonna have to wait to find out whether or not we are getting back the taxpayers' money?
Well, I can tell you the last audit we had a very significant finding related to holiday comp time. In which, that's a payment that's only supposed to go out once a year. And the particular employee got 26 payments. And in that case, they reached an agreement for repayment. And we would always look to, the department should be following up and recouping these funds. And conversely, I think there's a couple findings here where we found out we underpaid some employees.
So how does that happen? They're supposed to get one payment and they got 26. So somebody's either putting in for it or somebody's putting them in for it.
Well, no, this is a control issue. And I think in this case, it goes to core. And I think that there should be some sort of override. You should have to override it if you make that type of payment more than once in a year. And there may be legitimate reasons. There could be some slight overpayment or underpayment. But in this case, in an effort to make things easy, some of these controls, if you had that type of control, it would at least said, hey, you're only supposed to make one of these payments in a calendar year. Is there a reason why you're making more than one?
Yeah, the fact it was done 26 times would lead me to believe it was in every paycheck for that year.
Well, yeah, yeah, in that case, it goes to the honesty and in the case of the employee in that case.
Yeah,
Because
that's my concern, when I got a traditional paycheck, I was always very careful about looking at, what I was getting paid for, especially what was getting deducted, quite frankly. But anyway, I'll go on.
But goes to the point, some of these controls could be handled in some other places though, too. In the comptroller's office or, implementing some of these controls would prevent that particular thing from
Agreed.
happening going forward.
Yeah, it's not so much of a department issue as it is because there's so many hands here. So, Senator?
So we all work off the same data. The agency works off the same data that we work off of to do our audit. They know who got overpaid and who didn't. They know how much they got overpaid and how much they didn't. We don't have any statutory authority to go in and try and recover that money. In the case that John cited, it was a big enough number where when we had some communication, there was an immediate effort to try and correct the situation. And there are some safeguards in place in that case. Some of these, as John says, go both ways. There are underpayments, there are overpayments. There are underpayments at the time people leave and overpayments. But again, I respect all of you for what you do, but those questions probably could most expediently be answered by the agencies that come before you. And, whether it's medical information or what have you, we have limitations on how much we can actually disclose publicly. And so.
No, understood, but nothing stops an administrative agency head who is seriously concerned about a very troubling finding of calling the auditor and saying, hey, I just want to let you know, we've corrected this. That nothing stops that. So that's why I asked the question, because that communication may have happened. And if I hadn't asked the question, it would have been an open thought in my mind. In item number 5 on the summary, it deals with the stolen, I'm sorry. I wrote down stolen. Okay. It just, I was reading my own note. There was assets, there was 4 assets totaling 27,770, that could not be located. And that was one of the things I went to the actual audit to look for. What were those items?
I don't have the detail. I could get that to you. I don't-
Did, I mean, was it, I mean, generally, was it computer stuff? I mean, I don't think it was automobiles, right? Cause you got four of them, it's 27,000. So, um, do you, in the
I think
course
it's
of,
35,000, 35 total assets totaling 27,000 and 12, four of them. Oh, sorry, you're right. 27,000 for four.
yeah, no problem. In the course of your audit, did you learn that the department didn't know that those were missing or they did?
So they just couldn't be found. So we selected assets to locate, and when we went with them to find it, those four couldn't be found at that time, and I don't think they were found at the end of the audit.
And was it your impression that, you know, the response was, oh, we've been looking for that thing for months and we can't find it? Or, you know, oh, we didn't know that was missing. What was your impression?
I think they just weren't aware it was missing. Um, that kind of goes along with the annual inventory finding. They're supposed to inventory every asset every year, and there were a number of assets that weren't inventoried. So that kind
Okay.
of
And that could be a manpower thing, but also, you know, I'm concerned about a department knowing that things are missing and perhaps not reporting it to the police. I mean, or something like that. I mean, which I don't know that it was necessary. And the last thing I want to ask you about is I heard something about lack of training, and an example was made that an individual or individuals had not been trained on the proper way to search someone. Did I hear that correctly?
that was just one of the trainings that could have been done, and I think one of the employees or more that didn't have that for that year.
Okay, and it's your, in the course of your audit, you learned that that DOC corrections officers are supposed to be trained annually on the way to search individuals or initially upon being hired?
Every year they need 40 hours of training. It differs. One of them we saw was how to search a person.
Okay, no, because I just wanted, there's a distinction here. Am I hearing that individuals are being hired by the Department of Corrections without being trained as the standard operating procedure regarding searching someone? Or is it that certain individuals are missing annual training, which could include searching someone? There's two totally different things.
Yeah, it's the latter. It's the annual training
Okay.
we're looking at.
All right. Well, that avails one of my concerns. So, thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I had for now.
Thank you very much. And as a follow-up, would DAS be responsible for ensuring that money is recouped from individuals that are overpaid? Because as I pointed out earlier, we have 835,000 that has been paid in the 9 selected items that were in paid proper administrative leave. Is that a DAS thing or would that be an agency thing? I was going to ask the agency it directly, but as auditors, is this something that you look at as well?
Well, I mean, in the case of some of those overpayments, they make an arrangement with the employee to either pay the agency directly or take it out of their future, paycheck. But you know, I mean, the case of the administrative leave, it's a kind of disconnect. 30 days is not enough time to adjudicate certain matters, yet we have this hard and fast policy that doesn't have a lot of exceptions, and it's just not realistic in the real world. So, I mean, I don't, we've had instances of police officers that are charged criminally in their private lives, and then they can't carry a gun, so they can't be a police officer, and you got to resolve it in 90 days. It's just not happening. So it would be best to carve out some sort of exception or some sort of mechanism to deal with these issues. And then in the cases where they can be dealt with in a more reasonable time, deal with them.
And just to be clear, I think it would be hard to get DESPP to look at those and say that's a criminal occurrence. That's our policy, right? And so if we allow them to be out there for an extended period of time, that's an administrative decision because the information before us is that we can't fairly determine whether or not the individual was guilty of this other situation. And I just wanted to comment to Representative Fishbein. There's this thing called a loss report. And it may see, as you're sitting there, it may seem like, hey, wait a minute. How does somebody not know they're missing a fill in the blank? But when you think about all the things that the state of Connecticut has bought over time and how many different places they can be hiding, and I mean that kind of jokingly because they're not really hiding, they're in inventory somewhere. And it really only means that someone didn't check the box when it moved from the legislative office building to the office in the Capitol, right? That's the simplest form of how you get on that list. We get those documents on a monthly basis, and often it's a rolling accounting of where those things are. So we could very well have gotten in the last 2 years a document from corrections that says, oh, on such and such a date, it was lost and now it's found. So they aren't necessarily lost forever. Sometimes they are recovered. Sometimes the documentation of how they were disposed of. Software is a big one. During COVID, a lot of decisions were made to upgrade information technology because of some federal resources that came our way. I'm not sure that people accounted correctly for how they disposed of it in every case, but it shows up on a loss report. So it's a good question to ask, but it may actually not still be lost. It was lost during the window of this document.
And I think, as technology progresses, we have a better ability to track down things, especially because they'll be connected to the internet somewhere and it'll say, oh, this computer's moved from, one facility to another, and it'll be easier to track down. But even in my experience as an auditor 100 years ago, it was, something that we would see regularly, and most industries have this issue. So it's not unique to DOC. I'm just going to highlight that for sure. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As some of you know, I worked in corrections from 1996 to 2009 as a correction officer. And there's some findings in particular I want to just touch on, some low hanging fruit for me. Number 2, number 4, number 7, and briefly number 16. So when it comes to overtime, and I'm pretty sure, I know I've been gone for a while now, that the procedure is the same. We had a quarterly sign-up sheet. You signed up whether you wanted to be considered for overtime or not as correction officers. So I'm talking strictly about correction officers. And they would go through that list as work became available. You start calling out a list based on who has the least amount of hours. And if they had the same amount of hours, it was a seniority thing. And then you went through the quarter and then it started over every quarter. Is it still the same?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so there's times, so in a prison, there's so many, everything has to be covered. It's open 365 days, 24 hours a day, and posts have to be covered. And the only way to do it is to either hire more people or have overtime when people call in sick or can't come to work. So when that time comes, so they call that list, and if no one responds, they get what's called a red 8. At least that's what it used to be. So if someone calls them and they don't respond, they don't get paid for that 8 hours, but it counts. And once you have 23 of those in a quarter, you come off the list altogether. And I think that's probably still there. And it's a safeguard of people just putting their name on the list and going to the people who want it. My understanding is and this is where I want clarification. Once it becomes within an hour of the shift, they no longer have to go to that list because they have to get ready for the next shift. That's when they start drafting people. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is 60 minutes, right?
I believe that's still.
Okay. And then happened to me many times, and where I had, working third shift and then I had to work 16 hours whether I wanted to or not. And I understand that because you have no choice. So all that process is the same, correct? So what are we worried about here? Who are we trying to protect? Like, do we think officers are getting screwed over out of overtime hours? Are we worried that people are being forced to work longer than they should? What, I don't know what the fix is for this specific thing. If you could enlighten me.
So our test was really just going against the requirements of the bargaining unit, and they require these records be documented. So a lot of this was really just a retention issue where we couldn't document the call logs, we couldn't document the sign-up sheets.
Okay.
That was really the finding.
And now my understanding, I worked at 3 different facilities in special transportation unit. Each facility did their own. Is that part of the process? So when I worked at Osborne, we had our own sign up sheet, obviously, and it didn't apply. It's not like you could go work at another facility. You worked within that. So I'm not even sure how many facilities. I know we closed a few. There are now, but each has their own. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
So are they required to then report that information to the department in Weathersfield?
I think they're just supposed to retain it. That's kind of what we were looking for, just that they have it.
And that's where the problem's at, just not seeing. So there needs to be a call record to prove. Is it the union that has a problem with, they don't think that supervisors are going through this, or is this just something?
It's really just something we,
Okay.
with the bargaining unit, it's required in the bargaining. Unit, so
Okay.
we're going off that.
So this isn't as big an issue maybe as some of the other things on this list, as far as like, what, do you have any recommendations for a fix?
So this is just a general kind of a situation. It's not based on someone filing a complaint that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And so when we look at it, we just look at it within certain parameters. Does it meet what the policy is or doesn't it? Did you retain the paperwork or didn't you? Did you make the phone call? Can you show us you made the phone call or didn't you? The questions that you're asking are good questions, but we can't tell you.
Yep.
We can't tell you because we don't, that's not what we're looking for.
Mhm.
We're not looking to see if Representative Vale was somehow not equally benefited by the issuance of overtime. That's not the box that we're looking in.
All right. So these are questions I need to ask the department when they come up. Maybe we just need better accounting on how we monitor that. Okay. But I was just concerned that there wasn't some ancillary negative result that is hurting either staff or inmates. It's just more of a accounting thing. All right. Finding number 4, holiday time. And again, it's clarity for that. And again, I'm going to go back to my recollection. So in a prison, most people work a 5 and 3 schedule. Again, it's open 365 days a year. So you don't get the same days off when holidays come up that other people get. But sometimes those holidays fall on your day off and you get your regular days off too. So again, I'm going to use old school terms. You would get a day on the books because you had that day off anyways. You still had to work your other days. So you would accumulate a day, a holiday day off, HO, whatever they call it now. And then you could use those. So that would count as a day. So then if I put in for a day off, request it, which has to be granted, I had 3 choices. I could put in for a vacation day. I could use one of those holiday days I had that I accumulated, or I could use a personal leave day, which you got 3 a year on those. So that's what my concern is here. Is that when we're talking about people are getting paid for non-holiday pay and they're using those holidays for a regular day off? Is that?
No, I think our review kind of found just that there were holiday codings on non-holidays, and there was really no a reason for that. And where they coded a holiday on the holiday, and then the HOL coding was on a non-holiday.
Okay, so if I had one of my accumulated days and I wanted to take my birthday off in August and I put in a request and I received approval for a holiday leave day off, that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, we would consider that, and that wouldn't be included as what we noted.
But are you noting that as a problem?
Yes, where they use a holiday coding on a non-holiday, but they also had it on a
Yeah, but they
holiday.
didn't get it on the holiday.
Then they should have a regular coding, I believe, on the holiday. Is what we were.
So it's a
looking at.
coding issue.
It's a
You're
mainly
not
coding
implying
issue.
that people are taking days off. They're not, or
No, we're
getting
not
days.
implying that. It's just the
It's a
coding on the
coding. So
timesheet.
again, that's another internal accounting issue.
Yes.
Or what,
yeah.
when I say accounting, I mean, all right. Number 7, training. And again, I think Representative Fishbein kind of hit on it. So after the academy and people are on site, they're they have to have 40, if they're direct contact employees, they have to have 40 hours of continuing education every year, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the search, I still know how to search somebody. That never goes away, just for the record. But so it doesn't matter what it is, as long as there's 40 hours of applicable training every year for staff, correct?
Yes.
And so this finding is that some people aren't getting that, or an overwhelming. Now, is each facility required to do that training? And is that overseen by each facility? Or is that, again, something that the department as a whole is supposed to be overseeing? Or is that, again, going to be a question that I have to ask the department when they come up here?
Yeah, I would defer to the department.
Okay, so your only finding is that they're not getting the training, and we need to figure out why, and maybe there needs to be maybe they are getting the training and it's not being documented too. So that's a possibility. Okay. And the last thing I want to touch on is 16, inmate accounts. So this is money that hasn't been recovered at all, or you were saying it's not recovered when they leave?
So I believe the accounts we selected were accounts that were not paid out when they left.
Okay. But may have been received after they left? No.
I don't believe so. No.
So not received at all.
Not as of the date of this report.
Okay. No, I get it. It's just,
It may have been corrected since this report. We would have no way of knowing that.
well, this is something I think is an issue, because again, having my experience, back in the day, there was a thing called gate money. So when people got picked up at the gate, even if they were indigent, they were given some amount of money so they'd have a fighting chance. But I think we need to find them that they should at least be getting the money that they have on the books at corrections. And that's something I think we need to work on, because I know a lot of times people are put back in the street and they don't even really have any place to go and no money. And it really doesn't give them, and I've seen it firsthand, it really doesn't give them much of an opportunity. So it's even worse if they have money, that they might be able to at least find shelter and food, and they can't even access that. So, all right. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
And I just would note, if any of you need more information about any of these findings and some of the underpinnings and the documentation as to how we got where we got, we'd be happy to provide that for you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the next audit and seeing how the agency is resolving these. And I know they've been working hard to get to resolution of a lot of these things, and we just also have seen upgraded systems, which will facilitate the agency to um, do things more accurately. Um, in terms of just going back to the oh, sorry, I want to ask before I go in for a second set of questions. Senator Gadkar Wilcox, I know you have some follow-up questions as well.
Thank you. Sorry, I just have one follow-up question that I did ask. It was about the paid administrative leave. So when I first looked at that, it was alarming to see that there were individuals that were paid beyond the permissible time between 12 months and 3 years. But then when I looked at the agency response, and they said part of that was, and it was in the report as well, part of that was because of an ongoing investigation. So to some extent, they have a due process obligation to make sure that those payments continue until that investigation is completed. And so I'm just wondering, and even in the report, it says the DOC unnecessarily paid about $835,000, which is in wages, to employees who could have been placed on unpaid leave, terminated, or returned to work. Then it says in the cause section, delays in completing investigations of these employees contributed to the overpayments. And that was the response that came from the agency as well. In those instances, it doesn't seem to me that those individuals could in fact be placed on any of the unpaid leave to be terminated or returned to work until the investigation is complete. So isn't that actually, in a way, they're already complying with legal obligations? So why are they sort of why is it getting flagged for a kind of non-compliance when that's something they'll have to do? Or are these employees, the ones who've identified, not ones that have those kind of ongoing investigations, and they are in fact, they could have already been placed on unpaid leave or been terminated, and a decision wasn't made on that? Because it seems like there's just a little conflict there, and I want to kind of understand, because I'm not sure what the agency is supposed to do about an ongoing investigation unless what you're saying in the report is they're intentionally somehow delaying the investigation.
Senator, I think the answer lies within the criteria in this particular finding. Those are the rules as they're in the regulations, as well as the bargaining unit contract. So if they're impractical, or if there may be cause for some exceptions in certain places or some way to extend the leave, then that should have happened. But we're just kind of measuring against the regulations in the bargaining unit contract in this case.
So, but is there a way to gain an exception when there's an ongoing investigation? I guess that's what so is it that they failed to get the extension when there were ongoing investigations, or is it the case that some of these individuals didn't have ongoing investigations, but were then paid beyond the permissible leave? Because those are two different categories to me.
I mean, I think I agree with you. I mean, I don't know if Mike can speak to specifics of some of these cases, but I mean,
Yeah, I think all the cases were involving investigations, but again, like John said, we just go by what the regulations state.
So, but the DOC can apply for an exception. Is it the case for these ongoing investigations? You can apply for an exemption so that you would be in compliance. Because again, if it's an investigation that's then now outside of the agency, I'm not sure what else they can do except to continue paying the employee, unless that's not the situation. And so it would be good in a way to distinguish those two. But would that happen by filing an exemption in the cases where it's beyond their control and there's an ongoing investigation?
Yeah, so I believe the regulations allow for extensions that need to be approved by DAS, and also in the bargaining unit contract, I think for all these employees that we looked at, there is a clause they can exceed 2 months. They must obtain permission from the Office of Labor Relations, and we didn't have any of that extension.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, when I looked at this finding, I was thinking to myself, I wonder how many of these are more simply resolvable in a period of time that might be compliant, and how many probably could be much more complicated because we're waiting for some kind of a decision from a court. In the time that I've been here, I've seen both. And so I don't know whether some of this could be helped by an administrative decision internally to look at those simpler ones and get them resolved and get people back to work, or whether it's just way too complicated in the case of all of the ones that have been cited. But to your point, we even look at the fact that there is an opportunity to get somewhat of an extension. I don't think that would help cases that are beyond a year, but it certainly would be something that would be a mitigating factor, I guess, to your point about are we actually citing them and saying they've overpaid when they didn't need to? Maybe in some cases that's less clear.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that, I mean, because it seems very alarming when you look at it, but then given the context and the response, and some of these investigations do take quite some time, and that's all part of a due process obligation. So in fact, they have a lawful commitment in some instances to make sure those payments continue. But you're right, if there's some way to differentiate, if there's some delay in the investigation that's unnecessary and coming from the agency, it's different than that they really can't have their responsibility when there is an external investigation, and they're waiting for that to be completed. But maybe the exemption is where they can create those distinctions. But thank you for that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions you had?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Lamarck Muir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. It's very helpful. But I have some questions, and I just like to say that I am a former program review and investigation staff person, so I'm familiar with these processes and these recommendations. And in that role, I focused exclusively on criminal justice agencies. So I was in and out of the Department of Corrections quite often. And what's concerning to me is with that background in mind, I know we're focusing on these last two audits, but with that, my background, some of these issues are longstanding, right? They go back decades. And I just want to pull back a little bit in that management deficiencies, there's an extensive body of research in correctional systems that administrative deficiencies, mismanagement, is often indicative of problems in the institution in dealing with the people that they're required to secure and provide safety for, right? So I just want to do you look at, or maybe that this is more your performance audit role, do you look at how that impacts other operations in the facilities? Like, do you look at what these administrative deficiencies, right? Do they have an impact in other operations throughout the department? I mean,
sometimes,
basically, if you can't get the paychecks out, what else can't you do, right? Like, that's sort of the question.
what I found in my experience in this role is that sometimes a lot of agencies are mission driven.
Mhm.
And if you're the Department of Social Services, you want to make sure people get benefits, or you're, the chief medical examiner, you want to make sure you're conducting your autopsies, and you don't necessarily focus on the back office or the administrative functions. And
Then what role would DAS and specifically their information technology and the comptroller, like what is the interplay between that, right? If an agency, we're talking about the Department of Corrections, but it could just as well be the medical examiner. If there's deficiencies there and they need that support, and there's another agency that then provides that support, how does that work? Do you ever highlight that?
well, I mean,
look at
yeah,
that?
and we often find that they should have systems in place to, I could use the example of training because it's something we do within our office. We're all required to have 40 hours a year of training. And I can look at my computer, on my computer every day and find out how many hours of training I've had, what I've asked for, what's been approved, as well as what mandatory trainings we're supposed to take as legislative employees. So I can see that on my dashboard. Now, I know from my past life that a corrections facility is not exactly like working in an office, and the employees may not have access to that information. But part of that is harnessing that information.
Mhm.
All of our employees have to have 40 hours a year by under government auditing standards, and we stay on top of it and make sure, hey, by a certain time, you're 8 hours short. You better get to your 8 hours.
Right.
So there are systems. We talked about the holiday time and maybe overrides within the comptroller system, requiring overrides within the comptroller systems for one-time payments.
Mhm.
So, it's a different environment.
No,
Clearly.
yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah,
Also, as a
so-
former police officer, I understand that, right? And as a police officer, if you don't get your training, your certification is pulled, you can't work.
Right.
Right? And so correctional officers perform a very similar function in a contained environment, right? They're managing a small village, if you will, a small society. So, and they're tasked with caring for the people in their custody. So if the training, right, if the custodial staff isn't getting the training requirements versus someone in Weathersfield who's processing contracts doesn't get their training, right? Like, I think that I think that there's a important, there's a more weight placed on one than the other. And so while these may seem to be administrative deficiencies together as a whole, like stepping back and looking at them as a, sort of as a bird's eye view, it's like, where else are the deficiencies is what I'm wondering. And maybe that's a performance review. It's like when your auditor talked about, we looked at 7 people who had, when they found problems with their timesheet or their pay or whatever, like that's a sample. Right. So if you looked at everybody, how many is it? What's the total? So I'm just wondering about that.
Well, obviously aimed at changing processes so that it's less likely for it to occur.
Mhm.
The performance audit is more geared towards the inmate medical care issue. It's being performed by our last remaining program review.
Yeah, Mr. Simino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's and we talked about this in the context we appeared before the government oversight on the DCF runaways issue. And these are very, as you know, very time consuming reviews, and they're very thorough. And they involve reaching out to, different than what our auditors do when they audit the
Right.
Department of Correction. They're reaching out to stakeholders in the world, and they're looking at other states, and so they're very labor intense. And as a result, we tend to focus on more narrow, questions. I mean, obviously, we want to see the systems should be working, right? So whatever it is, I mean, because another aspect of what we look at is we don't want to see waste, fraud, and abuse.
Mhm.
So if you have a system where, nobody's accounting for things.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand the importance of that.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to pull back, right? And we're going to be addressing, other topics later, but that sort of, inattention to detail can show up in other things, right? And so that's a concern as a legislator now. Is a concern. And there's been some comments made about these that perhaps there's understaffing, like with the overtime. That it might be DOC understaffing, right? But if you look at the Department of Corrections, since 2010, we've closed 10 facilities. We have roughly the same number of correction officers now, but we have about half of the inmates that we used to have. So where, if you just look at it that way, where's the understaffing, right? If it's a high rate of people being out, high rate of absenteeism, workers' comps, people on administrative leave, is just simply hiring more correction officers going to solve that problem, or those new correction officers, a percentage of those correction officers going to end up out on this similar kind of leaves, right? So when we're looking at that, I like, that's just something I can't square. It's not simply just throwing more staff at the problem. It's like stepping back and fixing the management problems. in fixing things like what, the administrative leave that you're talking about, right? Again, as a police officer, if you can't carry your gun, you're in the chief's office answering the phone.
Right.
Or you're down looking at the gas log, seeing how much gas goes in the patrol cars. You're doing things like that. There must be similar jobs, right? Especially if there's all these paperwork, record keeping deficiencies. Why can't correction officers who, for whatever reason, can't be in a facility doing direct custodial work, if it is a staffing problem in the administrative side, and this is probably a question for the department, right? Like, better use your resources. But when you're doing your performance reviews, I guess my question to you is, would you look at something like that? Would you step back and say, is staffing a problem, or is it probably not the best use of staffing?
Well, we've said that in some of our regular audits too. That, in order to oversee things properly, you need staffing in many cases. In order to make sure that police officers or corrections officers don't get hurt on the job because they're working double shifts, sometimes you may need more bodies.
Mhm.
And we've said that. And we've said that in the context of some of the issue of oversight of grants. There is a real issue, and Craig talks about this a lot, about the loss of institutional knowledge
Mhm.
on the financial management side in the state. I mean, within our own agency, we lost about 500 years of experience in 2022. So there is a basing of that. You're bringing in new people that are, and then some new systems that they're working with. So, I mean, it's a balance.
Yeah. But
So we can't, at least I can't figure out how we could get directly to the question of if there's a rebuttal to a finding that says, or if we acknowledge that there may be management oversight problems within an agency and there is no rebuttal. So to me, as a reader, I'm accepting the fact that they've acknowledged it and they agree with it. Now the question is, what can you do to change it? One of the things the legislature asked for on the Appropriations Committee is head count. What's your head count? What was your head count? It seems to me that it would be helpful if that head count were broken down in terms of, as John points out, these agencies each have a mission-driven responsibility, and then all these other things, these back office things, make that machine work.
Mhm.
If they are fully staffed or not quite fully staffed on the mission-driven side and woefully understaffed on the back office side, I'm not shocked that these findings are what they are, because there's no one there to do it. There's no one there to check whether or not the time card was punched. There's no one there to check whether there was a proper allocation of overtime versus non-overcation.
That's my point, right? So if you go out and hire four classes of correction officers, you're not going to solve that problem.
We can't ask that question. You can ask that question. And I, again,
In your performance audits, you don't ask those questions?
well, we haven't talked about the performance audit in terms of, since this hearing, whether or not we want to look at things a little differently or not look at it. I mean, we learn something coming here every time we do.
Mhm.
And then we go back and have a conversation. So,
A performance office of Department of Corrections staffing might be an interesting idea.
and as long as we're actually in the process of doing them, there are a lot of things that we might be able to kind of work into that
Right.
process.
Because I'm not fundamentally opposed to more correction officers, right? But I'm just saying, throwing a certain type of staff to think that you're going to solve a problem, but you're not hiring the right staff to solve the problem, is just going to keep exacerbating the problem, right? And so the same thing with overtime and workers' comp and these leave programs. What are the reasons that they're so high? Is it simply because there's not enough correction officers, or are there other management and work-related issues that could be resolved? And then it might be, oh, hey, look, we have more correction officers than we thought we had, like, because we're just allocating them better. or we're improving their work conditions so that it's easier and better for them to do their job. And then the rates of the other reasons that they're out on leave start to come down.
We're always happy to have a conversation. John and I talk about these things all the time. And if you'd like to have that conversation and try and see if there's some way that your interests are perhaps met in the next go around with an audit, then there's no reason why we can't try and find a way to build that in there. It's easier to amend something that's currently in process than it is to take on another responsibility and start from scratch, because we can't stop auditing the Department of
No,
Corrections.
I understand. I
So
understand. I'm not asking you to do that. I just think that when your audits, your compliance audits or your performance audits, they always raise questions, right? You're going to have a finding
Yes,
and you don't necessarily provide a recommendation. You leave that to the professionals who are running whatever agency you're looking at
correct.
to come up with the recommendations and then for us to do our part of it. But sometimes those questions, it just can't be assumed that that what you're identifying in your audit is simply that they need better technology and maybe somebody to count the paychecks as they're going out in the mail. Like it might not be that simple, right? There might be larger deficiencies in the management and where else are deficiencies showing up, right? Because like I said, the extensive body of research shows that in correction departments that administrative mismanagement leads to a lot of other problems in the custodial side. And we may be talking about those later or at another time, but I think your work is great. I think it highlights important issues. Yeah, if you could get back to me by this afternoon with those answers, I'd love it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone else that has questions? All right, I had one more question for you all, just to kind of reiterate, you in finding, I think it was 14 or so, about 15, non-compliance with reporting requirements. What specific reporting requirements is this in terms of reporting for federal or state issues? Because it says various sections of the general statute and the administrative directives.
Yeah, so these were all state reporting requirements per statute or public act.
Like administrative directives and things like that. Is that what you're referring to?
As well as reports required by statute. We looked into those, timeliness and.
Got it.
We can get you the list.
Yeah, I
The
think that would
reports.
just be helpful to understand because, if you look at the agency's website, there's a variety number of directives and reports and other audits. And so I'm just trying to understand how to put all of these things into context.
And I think we've had a discussion about this, oftentimes we say, well, the agency will say, well, we don't need to do this report anymore, or we incorporate that information to another report. And we say, we'll go to the legislature and change the statute. And so, and it might be interesting, to have a hearing about all the, some of these reports by agency and see if they're no longer necessary, or if they can be incorporated into a bigger report, or they can be posted, some of these predate the web even, so they can be posted to the website or, so, that's the thing. And then, but again, oftentimes that's out of the agency's control. We make the recommendations and say, go to the legislature and see if you can get the law changed, or, maybe a hearing about why they think this reporting is no longer needed might be helpful for everybody.
Well, Auditor Garagosian, I hope you will be supporting a bill that I've been putting in for 3 years, along with my former chair, Kissel, on making sure that we review our updated regulations and outdated regulations. We can take those off the system, because I think one that'll help our agencies and will help you as auditors really be able to facilitate those things. So that's helpful. So in terms of like the PRIA audits that are on the agency's website, are you the auditors responsible for those, or is that another auditing firm?
Yeah, that's a different auditing firm.
Okay. I can ask who's doing those audits separately, but I know that's outside of our scope for today, but just was having that question. With that, any other questions from the, great. Well, thank you. If you don't mind sticking around for a few minutes as we hear from the agency, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have on the agenda the agency Department of Corrections. I see the commissioner ready to go. And just to let folks know as we transition, I know it's freezing cold in here. It's not because of we're trying to hurry this along and get you all out of here. We have connected with OLM and they are turning on the heat. So hopefully you feel better. Maybe you can just stand up, and I see people with gloves and everything on. So we'll keep you as warm as we can. Thank you so much. Again, to the auditors for their presentation and all their work they're doing. And I just wanted to say thank you to the agency and the Commissioner of Department of Corrections. Thank you for coming today. I know you guys have a very busy schedule and you have a lot going on, and it's really appreciated. And, you know, we have in Connecticut, you know, we have really kind of focused our Department of Corrections over the years, and there's been a lot of improvements. We've seen the number of incarcerated individuals coming down quite dramatically in our state due to, you know, how we're working on things. But, you know, saying that we still have the highest incarceration rate in New England, and that is concerning. And, you know, right now it seems like we're similar levels of staff that we've had in the past with, and so we have a higher coverage of incarcerated people than we do staff. So, which is good. And I think, you know, as we kind of dig into questions here, and I'm going to let the committee go first because I kind of monopolized the last part of the conversation. But I do think, you know, I do want to hear from the agency regarding kind of some of the training and some of the shortfalls where we're, you know, what sort of aspects of the training have been eliminated because we've reduced our onboarding time for correction officers, what things have been eliminated as part of that training, and how are we ensuring that our COs are getting the adequate training they need to deal with, you know, a population that has a high level of needs, particularly a lot of trauma-based training to ensure that we are, you know, making sure our workforce is safe with also keeping our incarcerated population safe as well. But as I said, I'm going to let others go first right now. And I am sure. Oh, apologies. I kind of went on way too long. Thank you, Senator. With that, Commissioner, would you like to introduce yourself and who you have with you? Thank you.
So good morning, Angel Quiros, Commissioner, Department of Correction. With me, I have the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Michael Terry. If you see me shaking, it's not that I'm nervous or intimidated, it's that I feel the vent right on top of my head. I feel like the air conditioner's on right now. So I did provide an opening statement in essence of time.
If you'd like to read that, that's fine. That works. We are going to publish it because it's not on the website currently, but please feel free to give your opening statement. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
So good morning. I am Angel Quiros, Commissioner, Department of Correction. I thank you for the opportunity to discuss the finding of state's auditors for the public account audit of the Department of Correction for FY 22 and FY 23. I would like to begin by acknowledging the important function and work of the auditors of the public accounts. The audit that they perform provided vital service to the state agency by providing agency's leadership with critical insights into working and performance of their organization. I and my entire executive team appreciate the thoroughness of their views and the feedback they provide on our agency operations.
The timing of this audit coincide with the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, with the retirements that happened in 2022 that greatly impact the state employment. Individually, these events would have posed significant challenge. Together, they impacted the workforce and our operations significantly. Throughout the pandemic, the agency faced significant strain and staffing shortage due to illness, where over a 2-month period, approximately 1,500 correctional officers were out because they tested positive for COVID-19. These regular staffing shortage brought on by the pandemic, exuberated responsibility, workloads, standard operating procedures, which contribute to many of the findings citing in this audit. The wave of retirements also contribute to the significant disruption of the agency's operations, significantly on the administrative side. During this period, there was a significant turnover from retirements. These shortages, coupled with the loss of significant institutional knowledge and expertise, resulted in temporary breakdowns in various administrative processes. The department employs approximately 6,000 individuals in over 190 job classifications. Our workforce is represented by 10 bargaining units, covered by 10 collective bargaining agreements. We operate 13 correctional facilities 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and we are responsible for the care of the individuals under my custody, which this morning was 11,019. We house them, we feed them, we clothe them, administer their physical, emotional, spiritual, medical, and psychological needs, and provide them with reentry and rehabilitative counseling and programming, addiction treatment service, education service, vocational, and employee readiness. We also supervise 2,951 individuals in the community through the 5 parole offices across the state. Suffice to say, I oversee an extremely complex, dynamic, correctional, and human service operation with many moving parts, complex systems, mandates, responsibilities, and obligation. We strive to be the best to conduct our operation error-free. We acknowledge that at times errors do occur. That being said, we do not find deficiency acceptable. Please note that we take the audit findings seriously and work diligently to rectify all identified deficiency. With regard to the FY22 and FY23 audit, immediately upon receipt of this audit, prior to the release of the audit by the APA, the agency reviewed the findings and began developing implementing corrective actions. Meetings were held with all members of the agency's leadership, to include all wardens and unit directors, to go over in details the APA findings and to discuss corrective action. FY 22-23 audit had 18 findings, 15 which were repeated findings. Agency agreed with the APA on the 15 of these findings and agreed in part with the APA on 3. Many of these findings involve paperwork issues that were partly due to our agency continued reliance on a paper-driven system that's partially due to staff turnovers and supervisor education issues. Some of these findings were due to the need for our process to be updated and harmonized with changes to our operating environment and changes to our correctional standards, organization structure, and external mandates. As a result of this audit, has reviewed and identified process and procedures that has developed and implemented corrective action to address the findings. I appreciate this opportunity to be here today and will be happy to answer any questions and clarify any issues you may have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. With that, we're going to jump into questions. I'm going to react to Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and what are we? Oh, right before afternoon. Good morning / good afternoon. Commissioner, I appreciate your statement, but I do want to say some things. We work together, so I will acknowledge that. But I struggle when I hear the acknowledgement of what the report suggests. When I hear that we immediately got to work on dealing with the things that were put before us, when many of them are repeated. I don't there's existing knowledge before that report came out. So it does strike me as a little bit curious that when the report comes out, we start working on things we could have been working on before the report, unless we were already working on them. And you have an opportunity to respond to that. And I will accept that Some of this is what the legislature does. You and I have gone back and forth over the years. I've suggested that the vision should be bigger and broader and dump that on us and let us do the work. And I understand there are some constraints on the way that you can operate. But I have been here as a person who has a history of fighting with you all, saying I'm here despite the way I feel about the prison system, ready to help you expand in the ways you need to expand. And I don't always get in every area. In some areas, I always get what the need is, but I don't always get in every area what it is. And I'm going to be very clear that I'm not talking about as the chair of judiciary. I'm talking about as a subcommittee chair in appropriations that can help to make what you need happen. If I get an ask that is less than what you need, this legislature will do less than what that ask is. So I'm saying to you again, whatever this conversation turns into, I need an ask that is visionary. I need an ask that is has a vision for a prison system that works for everyone in the prison system. And if there's a problem with you being able to have that ask, then we need to have that conversation, not just with you, and I'm on the record here, with the executive branch of the state of this state. It doesn't work, and lives are at stake here. And I've always said this: if we are going to imprison people, then we have a responsibility to be able to imprison those people. And I think we have to meet certain requirements in order to be able to imprison those people, or we are outside of the jurisdiction we really should have. I want to be able to say to people outside of here who come to me and say, I have a loved one in there, that we're actually doing everything. And whether that loved one's a CO or a person who's in prison, that we're doing everything possible to make sure that that person comes back out healthy and whole. That includes all of those mental health things, everything that we just aren't getting right. And it is infuriating to me, I have to tell you, to sit there and watch. We have, and I know it's a little bit beyond the audit report, but I'm the chair of everything as it relates to you. So I'm just going to say it. We have for years had in the center of a prison an oasis of sorts, right? You and I've had this discussion about the True Unit and how we put that forward, right? Great. We've done nothing to make sure that the rest of the prisons look like that or to figure out what looks better. That's the kind of vision we need if we're going to figure out what we should be doing here. So anything less than that, to me, is not any of us standing up to the job we should be doing, right? For the COs or the people who serve food, for the people who deal with mental health. I talked to some of them. Some of them struggle to even be in the prisons. Let's be honest. They struggle to provide the service because of the way the prisons operate. And I'm not saying that that's just your fault. I'm saying it's the way this system is working. And I don't like the way the system is working. So I'm asking, whatever this conversation is, that we engage in figuring out how to make this system work better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And you are echoing a lot of, or you're standing up for a lot of the things I had questions about, especially the IMRP project, and would really like to see that expanded in our state, because I think not only does it benefit our incarcerated population, it helps keep our COs safe and making sure that they're getting the adequate training that they need in order to manage this, high needs population. So thank you, Senator, for your remarks. With that, I have Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's just afternoon, so good afternoon, Commissioner. You know, I get accused of being sometimes too pro inmate and sometimes too pro corrections officer. So it's like everybody hates me and I just try and do the right. I just heard Senator Winfield say, I'd like to see in writing and I'd like to sign it because I totally agree with everything that he said, especially with regard to the medical. Anytime that government is taking someone's liberty, even though they did something bad, we have a duty, right? We have a duty to make sure that the time that they spend behind bars, within walls that they can't voluntarily leave, that once they're able to get out, that they can be productive members of our society. Otherwise, they end up back. And that's not what we want to see happen. So, Commissioner, as you sit here today, what is your understanding as to the deficiencies of medical care that is found to have happened in your prisons during the time of the audit?
So at the time of the audit, remember we were struggling with staffing. We did have challenges, and we still to this day continue to have challenges filling in some of the vacancies when it comes to the nursings, the LPN, when it comes to the prescribers, the doctors, and even in the mental health piece. Some of those challenges we have worked with DAS in order to have a better package to attract individuals to want to come into the agency and work in a correctional setting. We are competing with the hospitals and the other nonprofit that have better pay for us. So that continues to be a struggle to this day. Nonetheless, we've made some improvements in the medical area, and not enough. Not enough, not enough. I can tell you that when I became commissioner, we took over UConn. They had a utilization review board, URC, a committee, and that URC denied probably like 95% of the specialty appointments that were supposed to that they were requested. We flipped that to now 95, 98% of the individuals are being approved to go to specialty trips. In the last 3 years, we've averaged close to over 8,000 individuals that's gone out to these specialty appointments. So there has been some improvement in the system. There needs to be more improvement in the system, and I'm all ears when it comes to what we need to do to deliver a better service to the population. Do note that probably 4 years ago, early on, when I became a commissioner, I submitted a very detailed medical plan that identify the staffing levels that we're going to need, right? The medical equipment that we were going to need, okay, and the constructions that we were going to need, okay. If you want me to provide physical exam for individuals, I need the equipment. I need the areas to perform this, and if as a state, as an agency, if we would have took that report and really invest in the phase process, we might have made more progress on better service in the delivery of the service that we're providing to the population.
I appreciate that. With all due respect, I asked you a specific question. There's certainly,
Was there a joke? Was there a joke?
no, I didn't make a joke.
Okay.
This
all right.
is not a
I
joke.
thought I heard people laughing in
Yeah.
the audience.
The buck stops with you, and, you're the administrator of the agency. So these are administrative functions. And if the administrator doesn't know what the deficiencies are, then I don't see them ever getting fixed. So I asked you specifically, what medical problems, I think I used some other characterization. Specifically, what did the audit find to be deficient with regard to rendering medical services to individuals that are incarcerated in your prisons?
Okay, understood. Sorry about that. So I'm gonna have Chief Operating Officer Dr. Richardson to come down. He oversees the whole entire medical unit.
So is it you're unable to tell us? I mean,
No, I'm not unable to tell you. I know there was issue as far as
I
delivery.
haven't asked yet what was done to correct that, right? So I think that's what that individual would be testifying or telling us about. I'm asking the head of the Department of Corrections. We're here to talk about an audit. And I'm asking Department of Corrections, head of Department of Corrections, what specific medical care was found to have not been sufficient and was flagged in the audit. So you're telling me that you can't answer that question?
No, I could answer that question.
Okay,
It
so
had
please.
it has to do with timely distribution of the medication.
Okay, and is it your position with regard to defense of those findings that it's a lack of staffing?
During the time period, when COVID was at a peak, in those month of January and February, when I had over 1,500 staff members out, we did have times when we didn't have enough nursing at the facility to distribute the medication. Yes.
So procedurally in the prisons, and I don't know, is it only nurses that are permitted by regulation, rule, statute to provide medications to individuals in the care of DOC?
I believe the nurses and the LPNs.
Okay. And have you asked through the budgetary process specifically with regard to nurses and LPNs for more of them?
Yes, I have continued to have dialogue with the Office of Policies and Management regarding the need when it comes to HSU. That is continued conversation. When I came in as a commissioner, we had 622 staff member in health service unit. Today we got 752. So the OPM has given me additional funding to continue to add nurses, doctors, and so forth. So,
Well,
yeah.
specifically, the legislature does the budget, right? And then the governor signs it. So specifically, have you recognizing a staffing problem with regard to LPNs and nurses, have you specifically gone before the Appropriations Committee to ask for more money to hire those individuals?
Trying to think how I answer this. So I think I've been clear in the public hearings that I have requested additional funding for a health service unit. I have had a conversation here in this building about my focus being the health service unit, and individually gone to anybody from the appropriations. No. But then again, I'm an appointed official. So I report to the governor's office, and I do make my needs when it comes to the health service unit. I'm very vocal with it with OPM, and that's where I'm hoping that which they have shown in the 5 years I've been commissioned, that they have worked with me and given me additional funds for staff.
Okay, I have this problem municipally also where heads of departments, behind the scenes are asking for things, but the actual people that make the decision on the appropriation, they're never asked. And then we hear, well, it's your fault because you didn't give us enough money. And I'm a little concerned, because ultimately health is important here, especially once again to those incarcerated individuals. I want to go to the summary that I talked about originally. With regard to the overpayment of overtime, I believe it was 891 hours of overpayment of overtime. Has that money been recouped for the taxpayers?
Which finding is that?
So I'm looking at the summary.
Summary.
Yeah. And it says 891.5 hours of compensatory time earned by 5 exempt employees was incorrectly coded as overtime. And the auditors before said that those individuals had been overpaid. So I'm inquiring about the status of making the taxpayers whole.
So I'm gonna say yes, anytime there's an overpayment, we do take the necessary steps to recoup the overpayment. We do involve the controller's office. An example that was given by the auditors on one individual that was paid holiday extra time for 26 pay period. We did get into an agreement with that employee, and that employee is paying bi-weekly the money that's owed back to the taxpayers. So we do report it, and we do make sure that there's an agreement intact so that we can collect the money.
Do you have personal knowledge as to that agreement with that employee?
Yes, on that one, yes. It was a significant amount on that one, yes.
Okay. And with regard to the other 4 employees, what's the status?
The other 4 is I will have to follow up with my team and get back to you. But I'm 100% certain that any individual that's overpaid, that we are contacting the controller's office and we are working with the employee and coming to an agreement for them to be paid back the overpayment.
In your letter, you acknowledged that there were 18 audit findings, 15 of which were repeat findings. Correct?
Yes.
That's what your letter indicates.
Yes.
So I'm having a little bit of trouble with the paragraph before that says immediately upon receipt of the audit's findings, the agency reviewed and began developing and implementing corrective actions. But if 80% of the findings were repeat findings, then why hadn't corrective actions been put in place prior to the new audit?
So a lot of corrective action is, for example, on some of the overtime, it's documentation. It's documentation that that when we're looking for the documentation that is supposed to, for example, the overtime, that documentation at the end of every shift should be filed. And then when the auditor comes looking for the report, it's not there. It's not there. So the procedures are clear. The procedures are clear of what steps needs to happen for that paperwork to be there. Obviously, the supervision and tracking and going back in the facility to make sure that the paperwork is there. That's where we're lacking.
Okay, doesn't answer the question. So was the overtime situation a repeat finding?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a finding that you knew about. You assumed this role in 2020, and sometime between 2020 and 2022, the overtime situation had already been flagged, correct? It was in the audit from that time.
I think that I want to say this is my if it's not my I think this is my second audit report.
Correct.
As a commissioner, yeah.
Yeah, there would have been one for the period of time for 2020 through 2021. And then
Correct.
the one that we're dealing with now is 2022
Correct.
through 2023. So the one for 2020 through 2021, which you would have gotten, I believe, in 2023, had already had that as an issue in that audit, right?
Correct.
So why didn't you implement corrective action in response to that finding in that audit?
So corrective action was implemented. All right. Again, the procedures are there that if the staff follow this and the supervisors follow the procedure, the documentation would have been there for the support to the auditors and provide to the auditors that would indicate that we are following the established policies and procedure.
So then you're saying that your staff didn't follow the procedure that was put in place in response to that audit?
Correct. All 13 correctional facilities. I'm relying on 13 facilities. I'm relying on the wardens. I'm relying on the shift commanders, and then I'm relying on that line lieutenant. So each facility, so there's three roster packages per day, 3 different lieutenants, 7 days a week. So there's a variety number of supervisors that are gonna have their hands on that overtime package. And calling the folks out and making sure that the paperwork that needs to be filed at the end of the day that is filed, so when the audit happens, that the reports are there.
So am I to take from that that you get an audit in 2023 that says something about problems with the overtime? You, through whatever procedures, develop a internal procedure to deal with the overtime and then walk away. You didn't monitor whether or not it's working.
No, that's incorrect. I did not walk away. There are more internal process. The district office.
Nobody's following the procedure that you put in place to try and fix the situation, is what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah. So the second time around, we've enhanced. Now I got the district administrator, I got two district administrators that oversee the 13 wardens. They're responsible to do audits at the facility to make sure that we're not waiting until the audit reports come to find out that on an audit these documentations are missing. So now am I relying on the facility warden to make sure the documentation is followed? And now I'm relying on the district's office to make sure they do their audits. Then I'm relying on the deputy commissioner of operation in his audits to, we added the overtime paperwork too.
On the training issue, it was noted by the auditors that some of your corrections officers have not completed, or at least during this period of time, didn't complete their annual training. You concur with that?
Correct.
So can you explain how that would happen?
Okay, so
I would think, yeah, just to back up, I would think you'd have a list, right? These are all the guys that work for us. You'd have a column, right? And there'd be a check mark, right?
Yep.
And you got a whole year essentially to do it. So with that in mind, can you just explain how this could happen?
again, let me explain what I've done as a commissioner to try to address this. When I became a commissioner, 8 hours in service, 8 hours in person, and then the other 32 hours were left at the facility for the facility warden to do it on a computer system. Each facility has about 3 computers slotted to them for this training. As a commissioner, I'm up to 3 days now in person. So 24 hours of the 40 hours is being done in person so that I can ensure that I got the body out the facility and focusing on the training. And now I'm relying on the 16 hours that needs to be done at the facility that for the warden to ensure that these individuals get into the computer room and do the 16-hour of training. I've seen some improvements. I monitor this every 2 weeks. I get a report from the academy that tells me where we're at with the in-person training and LMS training. So I am seeing some improvement, not exactly to where I want to be to ensure that staff are getting the proper necessary training that they get, but I am seeing improvements this year since I got involved.
As you sit here today, you've got, I think it's 2,600 or so employees under you.
6,000.
I'm sorry. I got the number from somewhere else. Of the 6,000 individuals, well, they're not all going to require that training. How many of the 6,000 do you estimate would require that annual training?
The 40-hour training will be for the correctional officer, the counselors, the MP4, the supervisors. So I'm gonna say out of 6,000, probably close to the 5,000 of them are required of 40 hours training.
And as you sit here today, how many of those individuals do not have that, are deficient in what they should have for training?
Well, I don't have that number with me for that question, but I can tell you that out of the 3-day training that happened in person, the majority of the facilities ended up anywhere from the lowest, I believe, was 88%. Some facilities got 100% for the 3 days in-person training. As far as the facilities, 16 hours on the computer. Some facilities are highest to like 88%, and then other facilities are in the 60%. And we have to July 1st to make sure that we get those to the 100%.
So is it a union issue? I'm not using union the pejorative at all. I'm just saying, is it a problem with the collective bargaining contract, or is it an administration problem in that is impeding the required training?
I definitely don't think it's a union issue. It's more of an administrative issue. For instance, workers' comp. If I have an individual that spends 6-7 months out of the year on workers' comp, when that individual comes back, I mean, it's going to be almost impossible for me to get him the 40 hours that he or she may need.
But isn't it your decision whether or not to make that a requirement? Because I don't want somebody who's operating in this role not knowing. I mean, we change the laws all the time, and they wouldn't get a refresher. They wouldn't get a refresher on the prior, and they wouldn't be updated as to the new laws. And you have them, and as a corrections officer, perhaps doing bad stuff. I think we just put into place as part of the, that if a corrections officer sees another corrections officer violating somebody's constitutional rights, that they have to whistleblow, right? We made that a requirement. That's an important requirement, right? So now you got a guy who's been out and now they're put on the job and they have no idea about that. That's a problem. But that's an administrative decision whether or not to put that person on the job without having their training. And what I meant by the collective bargaining issue is, as lawyers, right, we're supposed to take annual training. And if we don't do the annual training, supposed to have a certain amount of like ethics credits and that kind of stuff, we could lose our license. So I would think that administratively, unless it's in the contract, unless it's in the collectively bargained contract, that you can't do that. Individuals that are looking to work in this role should be concerned about getting the training, and God willing, administration should be concerned that their individuals working for them have the training, but it doesn't appear to be a priority here. So can you put that into place for me?
It is a priority, it is a priority, and I will put it into place to make sure that it remains a priority. My priority is to make sure that every staff member receives the 40 hours training. Are there going to be some roadblocks that are going to impede that? Absolutely, there'll be some roadblocks. But as a commissioner, I'm comfortable with what I'm seeing for this year, that we've greatly improved with our training. And I will continue to make it a priority so that this finding is removed from the findings in the future.
There was a little bit off topic, but I just want to follow up with you on something. For my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, you'll remember the Talbot case, where somebody was over pepper sprayed, and they died in DOC care. The taxpayers paid $4 million, even though a corrections officer was convicted for doing bad stuff in that case. And in that case, it was discovered that somebody at DOC was fraudulently creating documents. representing who was actually there, who was actually pepper spray, who actually did the pepper spray. And when we had our public hearing on that issue, I asked you about, now that you know that somebody who works for DOC fraudulently created documents, what have you done? And you said you would follow up on that. Did you follow up on that? And what was the follow-up?
Yes, anytime that we know that somebody created a false document, there's going to be an investigation that's going to be handled. If there's any violations, there'll be some discipline. And if we need to get outside law enforcement involved, we will do that.
But at the time of our public hearing, you hadn't done that. And you said you were going to.
In the
And
time of the public hearing,
Yeah.
so
Carlos Prado was convicted of assault third. He got probation even though somebody died, and nobody was charged, to my knowledge, with creating a false document. So
no, okay, I understand the question now. Yeah, we went back and we could not, our security division could not identify who were the individuals that created the false document. And just for the record, I became aware of the false documents during the court proceeding for Lieutenant Padro, and during some of the what's that word I'm looking for? Depositions. So
Yeah.
it's not like I knew for years that my staff had created false documents.
No, but
Yeah.
Mr. Talbot died in 2019.
Yeah.
You assumed the role in 2020, and the litigation happened during your time as the commissioner.
Correct.
And at the time that the case came to the Judiciary Committee on whether or not to give $4 million, you had known about the false document, and I brought it up during the public hearing. What have you done?
Yeah.
So certainly there was a period of time where that knowledge was in the, I'm just really concerned that there very well could be somebody working for DOC that is falsifying documents, and how, I'll go on.
But
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I mean, because those are some strong allegations, though, and
Nothing I've said isn't true.
And I want to make sure I'm clear for the record. When allegations of false reporting is brought to my attention, they will be investigated, and we will involve outside law enforcement when warranted. When this was brought to my attention weeks before the hearing. Okay, I went back. I had the director of security take a look to see if we can, if there was evidence that we can discipline the staff that filed the false reports. A couple of the staff members that did file a false report have retired, no longer worked for the agency.
That's irrelevant as to whether or not they intentionally perpetrated a criminal act during the course of their employment. Retiring doesn't get rid of that unless they signed a release or something.
Meaning that I did not have the evidence. I did not have the evidence to refer it to outside law enforcement for criminal charges.
I understand where we are. So, I'm just really concerned, repeat findings. I'm concerned about the lack of following up on training, which I would think is very important to anybody who cares about individuals that are in our prison system. I could take days on this, but I won't. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Just as a follow-up, is there policies and procedures in place for the agency for what happens if people file false reports?
Yes,
Is that on your website?
it's not on the website. It's an administrative directive.
It's an administrative
Yeah,
directive.
2017.
Okay, if you can share that with the administrator, I'd greatly
I
appreciate
got my
it.
staff are taking notes, and I'll make sure that they forward that to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Seeing that Senator Gadkar Wilcox is a bit time constrained, so I'm going to let her jump in next. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just had a couple of questions, particularly about the the oversight of the medication. I know that's come up a couple of times, but one of the issues for me was there's no indication of what was the health impact to those individuals who weren't administered medicine. So is there, and I know your response to like the reason why some of those there's some delay in some of the administration was because of staffing levels or medical equipment. I guess my question is there some protocol in place where you're distinguishing between a high needs or high risk individual who, you know, if they are missing a medication, it's different than maybe perhaps some other routine medication that may not be critical or may not be life-threatening. So what is the oversight that's in place to make sure, especially those individuals that are the high risk are not, you know, because of a lack of resources, even if it's staffing and resources, that they're somehow prioritized? Like, is there some conversation or some protocol in place to make sure that you're minimizing the potential health impacts that are coming from even a resource shortage in this area?
Yes, there is, Senator, and if I may, can Chief Operating Officer Dr. Richardson, who oversees the medical unit, speak on that?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable senators and representatives. My name is Robert Richardson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Health Services at DOC. During the audit period in 2023, we did deliver 5.4 million doses of medication. In the findings, the audit report that I recall does not differentiate the medicines or the impact of it. But what I can speak about is some of the changes that we have done as a result of this. We have changed our policy in consultation with our medical providers to allow a 2-hour window for MedPass on there. And that allows us, that gives us some flexibility to work within the operational aspects of the system. Additionally, we've done a lot of counseling and coaching with our nurses on the importance of documentation for any medicines that may be delayed on there. The third thing we are doing is modifying our electronic health record. In fact, we'll be getting a new version in the next couple of months. And that new version is going to have a hard stop. So if for any reason there is a medication that can't be given or is delayed, the software will not allow one to proceed without proper documentation. So that way, when the auditors look at these things, they can distinguish between the different reasons on there. And then the third thing we did is we put in a medication exception order system into the EHR. So this allows us to document any exigent circumstances that would cause a delay in medication delivery, things like lockdowns or incidents that require, you know, that sort of delay.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't hear in those measures any kind of protocol to distinguish or prioritize, for example, high risk patients. So, you know, because, and so is there some discussion about ensuring, and again, given that there may be resource shortages or, you know, and it's some inability to like get all medication to individuals on time, is there some list of like priority individuals or medications that absolutely cannot be delayed and those come to the top of the list? Is that part of the protocol anywhere? Because that would, to me,
Not
seems like
yet,
it's
but
the
that's
most
a great
alarming.
idea. And I will bring that back to my team and discuss with the medical physicians.
Okay, great. Yeah, because that seems like it's the most alarming, because as you said, it depends on the nature of the medicine, but there could be certain medications when they're missed, even by an hour, could be critical for a patient. And so I don't know what that is, and not being in the health field, but it would be nice to make sure that there's some kind of prioritization list so that those medications, even with a resource shortage, are the ones that are delivered, and then some oversight for the whole process. So thank you for that. And then I had another question about, so the administrative leave, and I mentioned this to the auditors, because at first that number is very alarming to say that people are being paid beyond the administrative leave for 12 months to 3 years. And then I saw your response, and then also part of the audit was the fact that there may be ongoing investigations. Did you try to file an exemption for those ongoing investigations? And how many of those individuals were sort of being investigated by agencies, or was that investigation process outside of the control of the Department of Corrections, which is what caused the delay? And in that case, is there some kind of exemption you can file so that it's clear, or it can be clear, we can delineate between individuals that may be getting paid in a way that I would say, inappropriately, because it's going beyond what's permissible, where as opposed to individuals you may have to continue to pay for other kind of lawful reasons. So there's some way to differentiate the two.
Yeah. So in some case, we've requested the exception. However, even with requesting the exception, in some of these cases, the timeframes are not going to be met. With the changes that I've implemented, I put myself in the process now. Monthly, we review the numbers of individuals that are on administrative leave. I started it in August, and we had 61 individuals that were on administrative leave. Yesterday, we met for January, and we're down to 26 individuals that are on administrative leave that are meeting the timeframes. I am bringing individuals back to work that still have pending felony charges because their cases has not been adjudicated through the court system. Some individuals may have accepted a program, and the program may run into, say, 6 months, 9 months later. So instead of paying them AL and paying them, I am bringing them back to work and finding locations where they can work. But the timing is not it's not enough. I know I've heard why can we not put them on administrative leave without pay? I'm being advised by OLR and OPM that we cannot. The employee has to agree to go on an administrative leave without pay. That is not an option for me to put people on administrative leave without pay. So this is an area with the findings where I've injected myself, and I feel that we're doing a way better job. And again, in 5 months from the list being at 61 to 27, it shows the improvement. So I hope that answered your question, ma'am.
Yeah, and is that the case for all of the individuals that were identified in the report? That they were all there was some pending investigation, or was that only true for like a subset of those individuals?
In the majority of cases, we're waiting for an outside agency to either the court system to complete their process. In some cases, I'm making a decision not to bring them back because the pending felony charge is very serious, and I don't want them back inside a correctional facility. So it's a combination of both. And the cases, some cases are very complex. I mean, yesterday, there's one case where the staff member has been arrested, I'm gonna say 3 or 4 times, so, I got to make that tough decision. Okay, you bring them back, the liability, And then when you bring them back, where you're gonna put them, where it's gonna be the minimum amount of impact for the individuals. But
So the staff member was arrested 3 or 4 times and each time the charges were dismissed?
I'm sorry, can you say that? Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
For the example you just gave, in that instance, if a staff member was arrested 3 or 4 times, was it the case that in each case the charges were dismissed or somehow resolved where there was no implication on the staff member?
The staff member was placed on administrative leave after the first arrest, and during the time while on administrative leave had been arrested a couple more times.
But I mean, did anything come of the arrest? I mean, were the charges eventually dismissed?
Still pending in court.
Oh, that's still pending. Okay, right. So I mean, in those cases, you do have an obligation because that's part of a due process proceeding. But I'm just wondering how many, because that's a significant amount of time for someone to be paid between 12 months and 3 years over what is sort of what is sort of established as a reasonable framework. So I'm just wondering, that can't all be external proceedings, and I'm wondering how much of it is a delay in your own internal investigation, or how much of it is delay in the external investigations, and but then if it would be helpful to have a way to distinguish between those individuals that have an ongoing pending external investigation and from what point that started and ended, compared to individuals who may not be in that category, but they're still getting paid beyond that permissible administrative leave, because that's a significant figure, $835,000, beyond what is sort of permissible for administrative leave. So that was just, I mean, it was very alarming initially, but then it's more understandable in the context of these ongoing investigations. But now there's no way to distinguish, how many of those individuals are continue to be part of an external investigation as opposed to are just receiving payments. So if there's some way to do that, and maybe make that clear just even for future audits, I just think that would be helpful too, to see really where, to explain that number.
I will go back and take a deeper dive into the 8 individuals that were identified, and then I will have a written response for the committee and on each individual step by step.
Great. Oh, thank you. That'd be great. And then just two quick questions. What is the current recruitment strategy now? I mean, where are you with recruitment, and what is the strategy that you're taking on to make sure that these gaps in staffing at least are filled?
So I want to be clear that I have been working with OPM, and OPM has been providing me classes of correctional officers, and that's the majority of the vacancies. For example, in 2025, we put 300 candidates through the academy, with retirements, folks resigning, folks being dismissed from state service, and folks leaving the agency to another state agency. In 2025, we were just plus 13. So we put 300 in the academy, but 287 left. We have an academy class there right now of 25 correction officer. Office of Policy Management has approved a class for the second pay period in February, and we're getting ready to hire 100 correction officer. The plan submitted to the Office of Policy Management is for 300 correction officer for the calendar year 2026. That'll bring us into like a 93% filled with correction officers. However, that's just on paper. When you start adding, there's other components that we have to factor in. Our workers' comp numbers continue to rise. In December of 2025, I had 202 correctional staff members that were out on workers' comp for more than 30 days. 202 out on comp for more than 30 days. I had another 229 that were out on comp for less than 30 days. So FMLA is another area where we have large number of staff member on FMLA. And then we have to understand too that anytime a correctional staff member takes any time off, that generates overtime. Any accrued leave that and benefits that they have it generates overtime. So again, I'm not sure who said this, but just throwing more resource into and giving more correction officer may decrease the amount of overtime. Will definitely decrease the facility emergency lockdowns that we have for lack of staff, but we're still going to have the problem that every time a correctional officer is off on accrued time, it generates overtime, whether they're sick, whether they're on vacation, whether they're on IST training, it generates overtime.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just, one last question, just about where you are with the body cameras and the body scanners, as Representative Dathan said, you know, both for the dignity of the individuals that are being protected in there and the inmates, and also for the safety of everyone, including the officers. You know, the body scanners in particular, I think are beneficial. It's just a win-win. And so just wanted to have an update of where you are with the body cameras and then the scanners.
So the body scanners, I'm happy to report that today we went live at York and at MYI with 2 body scanner. One body scanner is in the visiting shakedown area of both facility, and the second body scanner is in the AMP area, admitting and processing area where the individual comes into our building. I'm happy for that. That will reduce the amount of strip search that we're doing. You know, so I'm happy about that. As far as body cam, this will be the 4th time publicly that I support 100% body cams for our correctional staff. I've had conversations with the OPM, you know, of identifying possible ways for funding. But again, 100% to support body cams for our correctional staff. So we don't have body cams. We are submitting a process. I think by state statute last year, the commissioner has submitted a plan on how we would implement the body cams, and it's due February 1st. And Deputy Commissioner William Mulligan, that oversees the operation, is overseeing that plan. So we will have a very detailed plan on how much we need, how many we need, and then how we're going to implement it. Based on my knowledge from Massachusetts DOC, they got like 14 correctional facilities. It took them a year to go from facility to facility, about 3 to 6 weeks in each facility to fully implement body cams with the training for their staff and so forth.
Oh, okay. That's the plan I was looking for. So that'll be coming out in February.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Commissioner, so obviously you read your statement and we all received it, and you talked about implementing corrective actions. So specifically with respect to the policy on medication administration, what specific corrective actions have been put in place since the time this audit was released 6 months ago and today?
It will be very similar to the response that Chief Operating Officer Dr. Richardson provided. Those were the corrective action plans that we implemented. If you want, you can go over it again. Or is there a more detailed question that you're looking for?
So I guess I hear it. I hear sort of staffing constraints. I've heard, but when is the problem going to be solved?
Again, I think we're in the right track to resolve the problems with the response from Dr. Richardson that oversees the medical area. And that area, I feel confident that with those changes to the EHR records, to monitoring to ensure compliance. His unit also does audits, random audits where they go and they review to make sure that the medication is being distributed on time. And if there's any issues that surface when that finding comes, they immediately address it with the leadership at the facility in the medical unit.
What, as we sit here today, what percentage of medication is being delivered within the um, prescribed time limitations?
I'm going to rely on Dr. Richardson, if I may, on that.
Representative, during the period of this audit, 5.4 million doses were given out in 2023. We have our medicine divided into two categories. We have keep on person medicine. Those are low risk medicines, things like hypertension medicine, cholesterol medicine. Those are given out monthly to our patients. And then the other area of medicines we have is direct observation therapy. Those are medicines that may be a little bit riskier, things like antipsychotics, some of the very expensive hepatitis C drugs. Those are given in a med line where we watch the patient administer, we administer and watch the patient take it. So these findings here in the audit report are all surrounding the direct observation therapy medicines.
Okay, but my question was, I think we can all agree, certainly is the time of the audit, and I would assume still today that we're not at 100% compliance, right?
I think that's a logical assumption.
Okay. So my question is, what percentage of compliance are we at?
I don't know at the moment. I can get that for you though.
And then, so back to my question to you, Commissioner, is if we're not at 100% compliance, what actions, what corrective actions are being put in place to get us closer to 100% compliance?
That'll fall on me. That will fall under me to make sure that I monitor this area, make sure that I'm meeting with Dr. Richardson and staff, and make sure that I start getting those numbers of what's the compliance rate with the medication when it comes to timely.
And how is that compliance rate going to be reported to us?
It can be a document for me sending to you on this month, the month of January 2026. This was the compliance rate. If there's any other form that you think it may be easier, I'm open to suggestion on how we can relay that information to the committee.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, look, I've been on this committee for probably too long now, right? But this issue of medicine and the delivery of medical services in our correction system is a concern we hear year in and year out. And we hear it from our constituents, we hear it from folks who come up here to testify before us. And so, if I sound a little frustrated, it's because, frankly, I don't know what else we can do to track that we're getting better, right? I don't see signs that we are getting better. And maybe we are, but I would like the data to back that up.
No, I totally understand your frustration because that's my frustration too. So I'll make sure that not only that percentage, but everything else that we may have that I think that we need to share with this committee. I'm gonna work on getting that information and establishing better communication and more communication, the better.
Because I think pardon me for being blunt, but I think the excuse of staffing constraints, I think, I'm not sure works anymore, right? I mean, hospitals have staffing constraints, medical practices have staffing constraints. We have staffing constraints in this building. I have staffing constraints in my law firm. We all have staffing constraints in various walks of life. But when I hear stuff like there's not really a policy to triage that I heard earlier today, I mean, that's a concern to me. And so what I would like to see is on perhaps a monthly basis for the time being, that we get a direct report of this is how many doses of medicine are delivered. This is how many were delivered within the policy. This is the percentage of compliance. And then we can be able to track whether that's increasing or decreasing over time or whether we've flatlined.
Absolutely.
You know, and I look, I get, you know, there is very few things in life where you get 100% compliance with the policy. I'm not trying to set unrealistic expectations, but when we're talking about something as important as folks' medicine and being delivered, you know, something like a cholesterol medication or something like a diabetes medication that is necessary in order for them to you know, survive and thrive when they get out of the system, we need to be really, really close to 100% compliance, I think.
Agree 100%. And you will receive that information on a monthly basis. But I just want to address one comment that I keep hearing, the excuses about of staffing shortage. And I take offense to it because in 2022 and 2023, when that was the peak at COVID at Department of Corrections. You know, I was working 7 days a week, 12 to 16 hours a day. My staff were working double to try to make sure that we were keeping people alive, try to make sure that we were keeping our staff alive, making sure that we had protective gear and so forth. So for this audit purpose, it was during that time period. So I just want to make sure that I lived it. I lived it.
Understood, Commissioner, but respectfully, that's why I asked the question the way I did, right? I'm not here to cry over spilled milk of what happened in 2020 or 2020 or 2022 or 2023. But what I want to know is what was the compliance rate then versus what's the compliance rate now?
You got it.
And what have we done to hopefully increase the compliance rate? And if the compliance rate has not increased from 2022 to 2023 to now, then I got a whole list of additional questions. All right.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Vale.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
I got a lot here. So again, I have a unique perspective on this that none of my other colleagues have, having worked inside a facility. The only people that can truly understand how things work in there, you can explain it and try to give people an understanding, are people who've been incarcerated or people who work in there. And it's difficult. And I also have a perspective of having done this for a while now and understanding the concerns of my colleagues. So I have some questions. I want to go over a few things. Some of it I talked about earlier. You may have heard or not, but I might even have some suggestions. So bear with me. And some of them might be things you're already doing, but I'm going to go in order in the way it is on the audit. I'm going to start with the overtime. So I don't know if you heard me ask the auditors earlier about the procedure. Are we still using a quarterly sign-up sheet? Is it the same system as it once was when I worked there?
So it's an atlas system. So back then we were on paper
Yep.
system. So it's an atlas system. That atlas system has it has the whole contract embedded into the system. So, but the procedures that you did talk about earlier, we are still following those procedures within the Alex system.
Okay, and again, I worked at a few different facilities. It was similar, but every facility kind of has its own. So if I were working at Osborne and I'm on the list, I have 8 hours, somebody else has 16, they're going to call me first. And so now that's done on a computer program. So are they recording? They made the phone call to me. Is that being recorded that they called me?
Manually.
Yeah. But it's in the system.
No,
Within a system?
Yeah, that part is manually.
Okay.
And
So
that's part of the findings where we couldn't find the documentation
okay.
that was filed.
So again, I don't see anything wrong with the system. I don't think staff is. I think it's very hard to abuse because if someone was giving somebody else my hours, I would be vocal about it. And I think most people in corrections are not going to allow somebody to be able to take advantage of that system.
Not only vocal, but also grieving.
Yes,
And we find
exactly.
ourselves on a step 3, yeah.
All right, so that hasn't changed. So I don't know, I don't think it's fair to say that that was on there, but I do have a suggestion that and this is going to be a recurring thing, that there needs to be someone in Weathersfield that every facility accounts to. I don't know the time period. I don't know if it's monthly at the end of the quarter. Whatever it is, that when it sounds like some, I'm sure some facilities, when they did the audit, were okay, some weren't, but that for auditing purposes, that we have a better accounting and that the people in the facilities, because I assume each person, the facilities are responsible for that. Nobody's overseeing that in general, that there be an accountability to every facility has to, and that someone in your office is monitoring that and holding them accountable so that when we have audits in the future, that won't be a problem, or it shouldn't be a problem.
Yep, that is a great recommendation because we do have an operations unit at central office that the facilities that monitor the roster management at the facility. I would just have to add a portion of making sure that that unit goes out into the facilities and conduct another audit, looking for the documentation to make sure the documentation is there to support it. So that's another layer that I think is a great recommendation to add.
Okay, and they could they send that, just be required to send that in quarterly, and then you could file it and have it on record so that when they do an audit in the future, that each facility, because it shouldn't be a big list. You know, it's one list per facility per quarter. Just maybe something to consider.
Yes, I have individuals in the audience that are taking notes, and that's
Okay.
something that we'll definitely talk back on.
I think that would alleviate a lot, because I don't think there's a problem with the, and again, I want to go now to being held over. Is it still the same requirement that you have call the list, but then within an hour, because now you really need to make sure that you start, and then you have to give the people that are already working at least an hour notification so they can call home or wherever they were going to do, so they can say, hey, listen, I'm not coming home today.
Correct, same process.
Okay. All right. So again, I just think maybe that more of an accounting thing, if we can do that. Real quick on the holiday time, is that, I don't know if you heard that. So again, we were given the opportunity, is that a clerical thing? Because if, when you worked, we used to have the choice. We could, if we didn't work, we got a day on the books. That's what they call it. Because we were entitled to that day off, where it was already our scheduled day off, because we're a 24/7 facility. Or if you did work, you could either get paid the overtime pay, or you could take a day on the books and not get paid. You'd get whatever would come out to the same amount of money. But then you would be able to use that day at a later date to take a day off. So I don't know if there was confusion there. I try to get clarity there. Is that process the same? And is there, within the audit, do you understand it that that's like some type of coding issue? It's not an issue where people are taking advantage of the system.
Yep, so I do understand your question. I do agree with your statement. I'm gonna allow the Deputy Director, Michael Cherry, who oversees that area, if I may, to speak more on that.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Representative Mike Lettieri from DOC Fiscal Services. So with regards to your question, yes, actually, one of the tools that we're using now to track that is a holiday time coding report that gets generated out of core, and that allows for our payroll staff to review that for any particular errors, and then they can follow up with a supervisor who's doing the payroll approval to remind them, make corrections as needed. And there's also additional training that's been getting done with payroll staff as well to make sure that they're cognizant of those errors and are aware of the report, obviously, and be able to make sure that they're doing the checks that they need to do as part of that process.
So that would too probably be a facility issue where the person who's writing down coded it maybe as a vacation or something. They coded it wrong, so it wasn't done properly.
Correct.
So again, that's something, again, maybe a little more oversight and accountability between Weathersfield and the facilities. And then that will pacify that part of the audit.
You're correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Training. So when I went to the academy, I was at Maloney Center for Training and Staff Development in Cheshire. We had their second academy. we had very good training. Commissioner Armstrong was in at the time, and it was very good. And then we trained first, and then we went into the facility for they called site sensitive. I don't know. We called it site sense.
Like I said,
Site sense. And so to go in, and then people had never been in there. You know, we maybe had 2 or 3 weeks of training, and then we would do that, and then some people would quit because they weren't ready for that environment. And then we went back and we had more training, and the training was great. I learned a lot, but nothing prepares you for actually working inside a facility. It's again, some of that training comes in play, but real experience is just different. It's a different environment. And again, it's not something people can understand unless they've been incarcerated or worked inside there. You just can't let them know. It's different. So I think that continuing ed is important, but and it's 40 hours. We used to do stuff. We had CPR, first aid, mental health training. They closed a lot of mental health facilities in the state. And I think we did it too abruptly. And a lot of those people that were in the mental health facilities were not equipped or ready to be fully engaged in society. And where do you think a lot of them ended up? We ended up in the prison system, which is probably not in their best interest. So we had a lot of extra mental health training when that happened, but it never, not enough. It wasn't we had a lot of training on other things. It was tough, and that was a tough thing. I don't know if that you have any opinions about that. I think that made it more difficult. And we had a lot of our training. We did bloodborne pathogens, cultural sensitivity. We talked about different gang stuff, how to search people properly, administrative directions, OSHA, transportation procedures, on and on and on. And it was good. And we had that when I worked there, IST training, and it was 40 hours then. So I hear it's still 40 hours now. And I think there was 19 out of 20 that said are they getting the training and it's not being recorded properly again, or are they not getting the training? Whereas some of them have fallen under the 40 hours. And I do have concerns too. And I know I'm rambling a little bit. All our 40 hours were in person back in the day. And now 16 hours on a computer gives me pause, because now you're relying on people. Do they get paid for that 16 hours? Are they doing it on their own time? And there's less accountability. There's less management and oversight on that as well. And I think maybe that could be part of the gap, and I'll let you guys go on the training part of it.
yeah, so I'm in agreement with you. I prefer to have all 5 days, all 40 hours in person, 5 days. But it's gonna drive my overtime budget even higher. So that is the reason that we moved to a portion of the training being done online. As I indicated before, when I first became a commissioner in 2020, it was 1 day in person and 32 hours in the computer. I've gone to 3 days in person, 16 hours in the computer. We're ready to go this 2025, the 4 days in person, but I had to take a step back because of the increase of overtime. So we kept it. When you do it at the facility, 16 hours, you're basically finding downtime from the employee. When the employee, so based on the facility's operation, and if incidents are happening, if you can take 2 or 3 individuals and put them in a computer room and allow them to finish their hours, so it is a challenge. It is a challenge, and a lot of times it's interrupted based on operational issues. As far as the training, If you may, can I call Director McCarthy, who's the director at the academy, to go over the curriculum that we go through as far as the training for the in-service? Is that okay?
Yes, and again, so everything, so does that get checked off at Maloney? Is there someone there who's in charge of all training? Obviously in charge of training as staff are going through the academy. Are they also in charge of monitoring the in-service training?
Yeah, so she will go into details, but to answer your questions, I would say I've seen both. I've seen both. The fact that a staff member has gone to training and we did not properly document it into the system that the director is going to speak on. And then I've seen the fact that a person has not gone to training because we have not sent them to training.
Okay,
Yeah, so Director McCarthy?
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
So we can start with the pre-service training, which is what we talked about initially. So that's a 14-week program with 4 weeks inside of the facility for all new trainees. After they complete that training, they then move into the 40 hours for direct care staff or 16 hours for non-direct care staff. So the 40 hours, to the commissioner's point, were either done in person or through the LMS learning. And some of those hours were fall on the responsibility of the facilities to ensure that each individual gets those extra hours. And that would be done through the process the commissioner explained, through downtime, through the facility operations piece of it, where they're able to pull somebody off of a post. In the years that we're talking about, 22 and 23, as we've touched on, that was during high pandemic years for us. Operations were tight, making it often difficult to pull people off of their post to bring them in for training. One of the fixes that we came up with that is we implemented the use of a training lieutenant. And so they operate as liaison between the Maloney Training Center and the facilities to ensure that individuals are getting their training hours. And more importantly, if they are getting training hours, that they're documented and loaded into the SABA so we can keep a training jacket that's accurate. So that's one way that we moved, and that is the individual who does do the cross check. Now we've touched on, and I know the auditors talked when they were up here about how that communicates with core. So at times there are discrepancies in employees who may show up as an employee at a certain facility in core because there's a little bit of a lag time. So we try to keep our own individual spreadsheets as well as the facilities monitoring who they have as a plan B to ensure that every individual is assigned to that facility. It wasn't a retiree or a transfer or a promotion or something like that. And that those individuals there, that we are catching them. Trainings are often an hour at a time, meaning that you have to get each employee 8 to 16 separate times in order to give them their full facility-based training hours that they're supposed to get, making it often difficult with the operational challenges that we face during this time.
I might suggest that, let's be real, online training is useless. Most people just click the button and get to the next thing. Please. All right. Like, I get it. Maybe it's different in corrections and they're the one place where it gets done. But I think number one, I think it should be 40 hours. And I would think you still have, so if we're doing 16 hours, you're saying 1 hour out. So you don't really need to hire anyone for that. Is that where the savings is? Because I don't know of anyone that's going to do 16 hours of online training for free. So is that where that savings is? They're doing like 1 hour at a time. That's really tough to manage. And again, I'm a very fiscal conservative, but I do think that training is important and that we should just do it the right way. And if we have to backfill it with overtime, that's my personal opinion. Having gone through it, as a CO, that's a better training. I would going to get more out of actually being around my colleagues. We used to do it sometimes, multiple facility training where we'd have Carl Robinson, Osborne, Northern, and we'd all be over at Robinson and we'd take the training together. And it was recorded. You'd sign in, it was recorded. And granted, you have to pay someone, but you can't have it both ways. If we want people to have good training and we want to keep our staff, well, you're going to have to backfill with overtime. That's just the way it goes. But I might suggest that we look at 40 hours of in-person training. If we really want, a lot of times in training, we just want to check off the box. Yeah, you're trained. You hit a thing. Now we can't get sued. Like I actually in corrections, I want the people to get training that's actually going to benefit them and this other staff, the inmate, everybody, because the more but if it's just some BS online hour training from some corporate thing, they're not really going to get it. So that's a suggestion I might make. And I think it's going to be a lot easier. Again, I'm thinking of the audit when the next time you get audited, that when you can account for all these things, where I think a lot of it might be, I'm sure there's some people that aren't getting enough training, but some of it just might not be because it was recorded properly. Then you have to go through this gauntlet up here of it because they expect accountability, and as I do with other agencies as well. And so, and the buck's always going to fall back on you, Commissioner, but maybe delegating some of that stuff out to your people in Weathersfield and getting a little bit more oversight, maybe hand holding the facilities a little bit because they might be the ones that are causing some of this. So
I do agree with the 5-day in-person training. That's my preference. But as a commissioner too, I have a responsibility to find areas where we can reduce the overtime.
I agree, but if my colleagues, right, again, I'm all about saving money for the state and don't like big government. But that being said, sometimes you have to put the money where your mouth is. And all my colleagues are saying they want training. We got to be willing to put that money into to do it the right way instead of that's one area where you don't want to pinch pennies. All right. I'm not even close to done, so I apologize. All right. When inmates discharge, so I did a lot of transportation in my career, and I think this is something I know a lot of my colleagues have expressed an issue with this. I always thought when I was there, people should be able to get their money, period. And they're going, oftentimes, if it's an end of sentence, and again, maybe this could have changed. And I do think there was a little bit of apathy from staff in this regard, is that when people were discharged and no one picked them up, we just went and dropped them off on a corner somewhere. And I think that might go to maybe the counselors, maybe we didn't really give them much of a chance. Now, I wasn't everybody, but I saw it enough times where it was a concern. I'm dropping somebody off on a sidewalk with a box with some DOC sweatpants and a t-shirt, no gate money, no check, and they might have had some money on the books and weren't able, and just, hey, good luck. What chance does that person have? So again, I left in 2009, so it could be a little bit different. But is there a process we could do where maybe if we're knowing someone's coming up on an EOS and that a month ahead of time, they start working with their counselor so that they know when that day comes that they're going to get a check with their money. It's their money, whatever it is that maybe something we could look into. I don't know what the process is now. Go ahead.
So for the record, in 2025, 2026, that practice of dropping somebody off in a corner with a box, it does not exist
Okay,
any
good.
longer. All right, we do have discharge planners that are, a list comes 120 days before discharge, and they start working with the individual. One of the areas is residence. And if there's no residence, then we need to start working the discharge planners on securing a residence for these individuals to go to. Many times ends up being a shelter, but there's communication with the shelter. The shelter knows that the individual is coming. I too agree there should be some laws for the money that's left for these individuals to get their money back. I think a year is limited. Probably 3-5 years. A good portion of that funds where we struggle with are the individuals in the county jails that are going to court and we don't know if they're coming back, and they end up discharging from the court and don't come back to pick up the property in their funds. So that's an area that we, as far as the end of sentence, they are aware of how much funds they have available. On part of discharge planning, they provide us with an address of where to send the money so to their account. We've tried to, I asked the question, well, a month before, why can't we just close out their inmate account? And the day they walk out, they have to check. Then that means that month, the population is not going to be able to go to commissary for 4 weeks because they don't have their account has been shut down.
Could they leave a certain amount on there? I mean, I just think, I remember, again, I started in 96. People be leaving and they'd get a check. I think we need to get back to that and see if there's a way back to that. And again, even if they're indigent, they should maybe get something to get.
If they're indigent, they still
yeah.
get the $50.
Yes. And at least that's something, but if it's their money, I think, it's on them too. If they're at least create a process where they have access to be able to do that. Now, if they don't go through that process, then that's on them, but there should be an avenue for them to be able to get their money and give them, the last thing we want is people coming back. I think we all agree on that. And so want to give people the best opportunity to succeed. And it starts by at least giving them the money that is their money. So
as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking maybe in our webpage, we identify individuals that have funds and provide them with directions of where to go or who to call to recuperate those funds. I think that'll be a start for us.
yes, I think it's a good start. And again, maybe I do understand the county jail issue, and maybe I think that maybe even applies more to that. But when someone's been incarcerated for a while and they have that meeting, to start to plan where they're going to be, maybe that could be incorporated into that, where we can at least shoot to have them get a check on maybe even a portion of it, and then they could come back and get the rest.
I
So
would definitely
they have a fighting chance when they start.
I would definitely start having I will have those conversations with my staff to see what's possible.
Okay, I'm getting close. So people brought up the medical stuff again, having worked there. I worked at Osborne, which was a very big facility. The inmate population is, I think, cut in half since I was there, but we were over. So we had morning meds, noon meds, and afternoon meds or night meds, and there'd be a line. So there was some meds that were prescribed that they took, and then they would line up at the med window, and there would be an officer out to take their meds. We'd have to look to make sure they took their meds, look in their mouth, and then they'd go off. And that process seemed to work pretty well. I don't know what's changed. There was also, you talked about special appointments, again, having specialized in transportation. I did a lot of trips to MedSearch 5. They always seem to be very professional there. Outside hospital trips, outside doctor's appointments. I had to put on scrubs and go into surgery with people, and then be there with them when they're in the recovery room as they wake up. I really got the experience, and there was a lot of good things about that. But I also witnessed some apathy maybe at Osborne. We had a 24-hour facility with nurses and stuff, and some of the staff might have had some apathy there too. So it is an issue. So there's good that I saw in it, but again, just some looking into, and I know it's tough because you have union issues and stuff like that, but obviously it's an issue or we wouldn't be talking about it. But I just wanted to highlight that there was a lot of good things. I don't think people realize, I brought people to specialists and all kinds of stuff. So again, we look at this audit and that's why you're kind of under the gun, but I feel like a lot of these things could be cleaned up pretty, not easily, but I think there's a path moving forward. So maybe with that one, I did witness apathy in some of those areas. So I want to mention that. And then I want Senator Gadkar Wilcox talked about the administrative leave issue. I can understand if it's, you know, an outside agency, that's kind of tough because it's a lot of wasted money for the state. Somebody's not working. They may or may not have done something they're not supposed to. I don't know. Do we have a number on how many people go on administrative leave and then come back to work as opposed to get fired?
So right now, out of 27 that are on administrative leave, based on the knowledge, it's probably 50% will be dismissed, 50% will come back. And it's very hard because as a commissioner, I'm the final decision maker. So I stay out of the whole entire process. Like I don't put somebody on administrative leave. That's done by my subordinates that are in charge in that area. I got to make sure due process, the investigation is completed. They're given an opportunity for a lot of mail to present any mitigating circumstance, that it goes to a disciplinary review board and they recommend the discipline to me based on past history. Okay, this is a 5-day suspension. This is a 10-day suspension. This is a dismissal. And then the final decision comes to me. You know, so, you know, so there's been some cases where it started at dismissal and it ended up with a 25-day suspension based on the individual's mitigating circumstance that was provided and based on the individual's history. The individual has 18, 19 years in the job, never been disciplined, you know, most likely it's going to be a lengthy suspension. So I want to say that probably half, 50% on the individuals that go on administrative leave end up being dismissed from the agency. And the other 50 end up coming back, but with discipline.
Is there anything, so again, another suggestion I might make, and you could take it how you want, is that when there's an in-house investigation, we really need to try to get that done within that time period, right? Because we have more control over that. When it goes outside of your department, it's tough to control those things. So I don't.
No, you're 100% correct. The investigations that are internal investigation, internal violation that does not require outside law enforcement investigation or the office, state's attorney's office. When this is an internal piece, those investigations are completed on time.
Okay, good.
And timely.
Is there anything we can do with the issue of the investigation being with another agency to try to combat that issue? I don't have any ideas. I didn't know if there was any.
So there's been and please let me be very clear. I'm not blaming any outside law enforcement agency or any agency. There is communication between my office and their office, and I will pick up the phone and get an update. The security division director does pick up the phone and calls the state's attorney. So, hey, listen, this has been a month, you know, we're on the, can you give me some findings on if that excessive use of force, or are we looking at criminal charges? If we're not, can you let me know so that we know, so that we can bring the individual back and complete our investigations? So the communication has increased with these outside law enforcements. And,
okay. All right. That's it. I just want to throw my 2 cents in there, just having this dual experience, sharing my colleagues' issues, but also understanding how difficult it is in that department to do your job. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fazzino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, good to see you. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. So I wanted to turn my attention to finding 15, noncompliance with reporting requirements. I know we've gone through some of the other findings, but I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions on that, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In front of you?
Yep.
Okay, good. So we had a review of the legislatively required ports that DOC is supposed to bring back to myself and my colleagues. I'm on the Judiciary Committee. I know many of us read those reports, and as much as we'd love to have you guys come and testify in front of us every single session, we know that that's just not practical. These reports really help us in our decision making. I think especially in terms of very weighty topics like use of force and solitary and these evergreen issues in terms of correction that are constantly changing year in and year out. We obviously need to be apprised of that, especially as we need to change our policies statewide. I'm just curious, I'm seeing a lot of deficiencies in terms of timely reporting, in terms of some reports that just aren't being submitted based on the sample that the auditors took. I was wondering if you could speak to what your current process is for drafting and evaluating and submitting those reports over the last 3 years or so since this audits came out.
Absolutely. Yes. So that's an area that we should be able to improve and get to 100%. My legislative liaisons monitor the deadlines when these reports are due. And then my data unit is responsible for putting these reports together, getting into my office for my review, and then making sure that those reports are delivered to the legislative body.
So are you the person with the sort of final sign off on these reports before it goes out the door and into the Judiciary Committee's hands or whichever the Committee of Cognizance is?
Definitely want to, definitely as a commission want to review it to make sure that the information that is there is correct and is correct information that we're providing to legislative body.
Is there any, I don't have the specific deficient reports in front of me right now, but is there any commonality between the reports that were submitted late or not submitted at all over the last few years?
I'm not sure. Some of the reports were redundant and information was getting submitted, but not to the proper legislative body. I mean, we're just responsible. I'm responsible for making sure that you're getting your reports. So whatever the deficiencies may be, I'm in conversations with my staff to make sure that we correct it and that the legislative body gets all the reports on time.
So who makes the determination as to whether or not a report's redundant? Who reviews and who has the final sign off on that?
Myself. Yeah.
And is there any communication with the legislature when you're sort of making that decision, or is it just sort of an in-house decision of, well, we've already done this report on a similar topic and we're just not going to be submitting this report on this other similar topic as well?
Yeah, I don't think it's exactly like that, but similar, that the information is already at the legislative body. The information is there. However, even if it's redundant and it's going to a different part of the legislative, I need to get it there though. Yeah.
And you mentioned at the outset that this is something we can feasibly get to 100% reporting. What's the plan for the next year so that we can get to hopefully 100%, but if not, a little above less than 50% compliance with the reporting requirements of the legislature?
So for me, for this one, it's very simple. So I have the individuals that are responsible for that sitting in back of me. So I'm gonna say we're gonna be at 100%. At 100%.
Okay. And I guess what specific steps are you planning on taking? What are you planning on changing specifically within the department to make sure that we get to that threshold?
For my office, it's just getting more involved. And as a commissioner, every day I come into the office thinking I'm doing A, B, and C, and a crisis comes up, and I'm doing something totally different. For me, it's just finding the time to have those individuals that are responsible for completing the report come find some time in my calendar and meet with them for some updates. You know, probably 3, 4, 5 times in the calendar year. So like that, I have an idea of where we're at, and I'm not waiting till the end of the years when the reports is due to find out that we're having problems with some of the reports. So it's more involvement from my office with the unit leaders that are responsible for completing those reports.
Okay, thank you for those responses, and we look forward to full compliance in the next year.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Representative McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being here today. I know it's been a long day, so I'll be brief. Last week, I went to York's correctional facility, and I went for a holiday party. It was in collaboration with UConn. It was amazing. It was great programming. It was amazing to see women with their children. And I don't believe under any circumstance, especially if it doesn't interfere with the safety of a child, should a mother be away from their child, especially women who were, many of them were incarcerated for the first time. So I just kind of want to shout that out because it was a great experience. But it would be remiss of me if I don't speak to the numerous phone calls and emails and comments and concerns regarding, you know, the treatment of incarcerated individuals in in our facilities right here in Connecticut. And so what is vitally important for me, and especially speaking to, you know, training, I really don't understand under what circumstances would an individual not be adequately trained for a job. And I think what's even more sparse is to see that majority of the individuals in this report, and I know we will receive an update, actually come in contact with the incarcerated population. And so it's a huge concern. It's a concern for our constituency across the state. It's a concern for us. And I really believe that trauma-based training, it has to be specific to the needs of populations that COs are serving. The experiences of women are different than men, are different than children, although we, of course, have universal experiences. 90% of women who are incarcerated here in Connecticut have a history of significant trauma, and 81% of incarcerated women have had active mental disorders requiring treatment, and that is significantly higher, 28% higher than men. And not that this is a comparison game, but I think what it tells us is the vulnerabilities and the needs is oftentimes based on the population in which we are trained to serve, we are trained to meet the needs of. And so this has to be resolved in order to maintain a functional and safe environment for those who are in our prison systems. And lastly, I'm a teacher, and so we had a career day. And there was a moment where a CO came and talked about what they did for their career. And one of the number one thing that students wanted to know what a CO did, and this CO said, is to maintain a safe environment for the staff and inmates. That is not a requirement, it's a need. It should be a need. It's an environmental need. It's a spatial relation need. It's a dynamic that is clearly missing from these facilities. And as long as uh, I receive emails and I receive calls, and as long as I think all of us are being really encouraged and informed and pressured to really be vocal points for these individuals, I will be. And so I hope that in the next report that we see a change in the training dynamic. And if not, something needs to be done because it is unacceptable. It really is an inadequate management oversight. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. And thank you for highlighting those statistics. I think, you know, when we start seeing what this population has faced before coming within your system, it's tragic. And I think it is our responsibility, very much like we see in the Norwegian model. We see other states looking at this. I know California has done a fantastic job at ensuring that officers within different facilities have training that's fitting their requirements and their needs, but also, a trauma-based approach so that they can really help the incarcerated individuals so that they can be successful on the outside. And this is really an investment in those individuals so that we can set them up for success. I just wanted to add that in because I think you raised some great points.
May I follow up on a very important, because you spoke about the Norwegian. We are in partnership with Amends, and I have sent staff to Norway, to the country. We've increased the training at Gardner. We have it's called a resource team at Gardner that have received hundreds of hours of training with University of California and University of Connecticut. The team is on first shift and second shift, and all the training they get is trauma informed, and they work with the most difficult individuals at the facility. So I have seen individuals that were constantly assaulting staff or getting into fights and go 6 months without a disciplinary report because the team was working with them. Same thing, we went to York. We have an activities team at York, a lieutenant and 4 officers assigned on first shift and on second shift, working with the ladies that are having the most challenge to try to work with the individual. I had one young lady that when dealt with mental health issues would cut herself and end up in the hospital. And we've been working with that individual for 7 months, and not once has she cut herself, any self-harm. So I am for working to change the culture in corrections. So the training is evidence-based, that is empathy is there, that's not us versus them mentality.
Thank you for that. And I think we all see that as an investment that will help our state reduce the number of claims and other issues that our state faces, because we do receive litigation out there, and we're not talking about any case specific, but these payments are high and they're costing taxpayers a lot of money. So the amount that we can do within the system to provide successful, safe environments for our correctional staff as well as for our inmates, I think it is money well spent. So thank you for that. Next, we have Representative Lamarck Muir.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Thank you. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate you coming here. And I'd like to say, I know you have a difficult job, but I'm going to jump in. So just bear with me. I'm not going to go through some of the specifics because I think my colleagues have done a pretty good job going through some of the deficiencies here. I'd like to pull up a little bit. I'm glad to hear you say that you're working toward, you realize you need a cultural change, a cultural shift in the department. I'm really glad to hear that. What I'm concerned about is some of these management deficiencies, as I was talking about with the auditors, right? Management deficiencies are underlying other problems in the department, right? And we don't even know what some of those deficiencies may be because they're not included in this compliance report. But from my experience, having been a policy analyst and looking at the Department of Correction for many years, it just fuels the sort of the atmosphere. And you've mentioned accountability. When you've talked about some of these deficiencies, you said, well, your wardens didn't do this or the line staff didn't do that, right? So I'm just wondering if you could speak to, in looking at this as a cultural shift, if you could talk about accountability and transparency, right? I come from law enforcement, former police officer, and the state has passed accountability and transparency laws for police officers. And there's really a lot of good things in there. They've sort of codified some things that, the industry was working towards, societal changes, and there's expectations. The thing about the Department of Corrections is it's closed, right? Just by its very nature, right? It's a closed, secure environment. And then each facility is its own environment. So how do you how are you going to deal with, in general, and you don't have to speak to these specifically, but how are you going to deal with management deficiencies that result in operational deficiencies that end up being unsafe conditions for staff and incarcerated persons? So how are you going to work toward that accountability and transparency? Because that's the first thing that that needs to be done to then change the culture. And I know that's a big, broad question,
No, no,
so,
I'm just thinking,
yeah, thinking on your feet.
the accountability piece starts with me and making sure that my unit heads, supervisors are out there doing what they're supposed to be doing and putting into place, audits. And when we find deficiencies, what's being done? And then if we go back to the same facility and we have the same deficiency, then it's time for me to start holding the wardens accountable. And how that may look, it could start from a written rep to a suspension, or probably if the warden is just not going to do his or her job, then they're appointed officials too. So I think what this law has done, not only it has put the commissioner on the hot seat, so I want my wardens and my team, my executive team, to understand that, yeah, the commissioner is going to be in the hot seat, but the commissioner from this point on is going to make sure that these problems are corrected, so that when we have an audit, the findings will reflect the
Mhm.
changes of the agency. And I think the only way for me to do that is to start with the discipline process on those administrators.
So just to play a little devil's advocate, right? And coming from a paramilitary organization, just by definition, that accountability and that management is sort of built into a paramilitary organization, right? The Department of Correction
Right.
is that, right?
Correct.
Police department, the state police, they are that, right? When you go into that department, there's certain things that you have to do. But a cultural change is different, right? I don't really feel like you can discipline people into shifting their perspectives and their behaviors, and right, like that's a culture shift, means that people are starting to look at the job and the goals of the operation differently. And anybody who's worked in a large organization knows that there's the policy manual, and it's usually very nice and in a binder, and it's all organized with colored tabs. And then you get down to the correction officer, the patrol officer, and that's not how we do it here, right? So there's always sort of that shift. There's some things that do follow the policy manual, right? But then there's always this practice follow policy. And that's when I put my policy analyst hat on. And that's the hard part, right? And I'm not saying this is an easy job, but the hard part is taking what you want to do, what the policy manual says, and making the operational shift so that everybody is following that. And just to pivot, that's where training comes in, right? Like I would argue that training is probably a better way than writing rips and discipline people, right? Like discipline has a place, especially in a paramilitary organization. But if you want to change the mindset, the culture, right, that's training. And so my colleagues have asked you questions about training, but what I want to ask is, have you done any curriculum review or curriculum development? Do you have an updated job task analysis and that then could inform training? And the best way that adult learners, right? Like, so we know that correction officers, police officers training can get redundant. It'd be hard. Sometimes it's hard to say, this is how this training relates to what I actually do, right? So there's a sort of that disconnect, especially when the legislature decides, oh, you need 7 hours of training in this, or you need 5 hours of training in that. It may not be on point, and it may end up being redundant, but are you evaluating the training curriculum that you're giving? Are you modernizing? Are you updating it so that that is the foundation for your cultural shift that you want to lead in this department?
Yes, and if I may, can I let Director McCarthy speak on that?
Sure,
She's
yeah,
in charge of that.
certainly.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ashley McCarthy. I'm the Director of Training, and so I'm really happy to talk on this topic. So every instructor that comes through our program is T, what we would refer to as T for T, train the trainer trained. And that curriculum is taught to them with the adult learner in mind. So it's not a specific curriculum they're taught, but more or less how to provide curriculum to an adult learner. So if you're going to teach at Maloney, you go through that process, and then we go through curriculum reviews regularly. So that's taking a look at all of our curriculum, either for in-service training, pre-service training, supervisor training, whatever it may be. So that's ongoing. Just yesterday, I met with the folks with mental health, as well as Dr. Richardson, to take a look at our mental health training and as it relates to our youth population, Garner Correctional, and our female population. So those are always ongoing. Additionally, when we talk about modernizing curriculum, I agree with you, of course, as the training director, that training is a great way to shift culture. The commissioner, was sent me to Norway in September, and part of my takeaways were really related around how we can make our academy and our training curriculums mimic. There's a lot of things that they do that I think we can also copy, for lack of a better term, and incorporate into our curriculums and our policies as a way to help shift that culture more towards that informed, peer-reviewed training curriculums to make them more credible and informative, and continue to push those initiatives through in-service training as well.
Okay. That sounds great. Keep it up. I mean, I'd like to see, eventually it's gonna, if that, the success of the training is gonna come out in if you can achieve this cultural shift. And I think it really, the way law enforcement and courts and the criminal justice system in general and our society is moving, right? And particularly that we have specialized populations, you have facilities for specialized populations. I think it's really important that the training reflect that, right? Like that understanding the needs of not only the incarcerated people, but the officers, right? So I think that that's going to be important. How does training help you get a handle on, which is sort of my next area, the overtime, right? I'm very concerned about the overtime, the administrative leave, the workers' comp, right? Those are all sort of well-being issues for your officers. And so given that it's pointed out that they're all high, and you're acknowledging that it's a problem for you in managing your facilities, and I understand that, right? What I go back to is I just look at the fact that you basically roughly have the same number of custodial staff for about 10,000 incarcerated people as you did when you had over 20,000 incarcerated people, and you have 10 less facilities, and you have, and the budget is increased, but that, that's probably inflationary. But what I'm wondering is again, I think what the department needs is a staffing analysis, right? So just throwing more correction officers at the problem isn't going to solve it if you're still going to get a percentage of those are going to go out on workers' comp, and a percentage of those are going to go on administrative leave, and everybody needs vacations, and somebody has a sick kid or a sick parent, and right, like you have to build that in. And knowing retirements are coming along, I know the state and municipal governments generally don't do well with planning these big retirement bubbles, but it's no surprise that people age, right? Like, so a 25-year-old correction officer is eventually going to be your 55-year, 6-year-old correction officer. So I think that better planning in that, and these are sort of big concepts, but what I'd like to understand is I'm not convinced that just hiring more correction officers is going to solve these problems. I think that there's systemic issues. I think there's management issues, and I think there's cultural issues that need to be better understood rather than just saying, and I'm going to pick a number, hey, we need 200 more correction officers. Because we hire those, train them and pay them, and in a year, you're still here telling us that you have an overtime problem.
So I welcome a vendor to come in and do that staffing analysis for the department and welcome to see what the conclusion is going to be. I agree that not just throwing resource to it is going to resolve the problem. But I also do agree that if I have enough correctional officers, that I can reduce the facility lockdowns. For the calendar year 2025, I had 386 shifts where the facility was locked down because of lack of staff. And when I'm talking about lack of staff, I'm talking about 20, 30, 40 posts that had to be shut down because we
Why,
have
though?
correctional officers.
Were those people, those officers absent? Were they sick? Were they on vacation? Were they, right? So that, like, the analysis will show that, right? Like, you might not need 30 officers per facility. It might be if you can get these other reasons why officers aren't at work, absent, their days off and vacation and truly being sick. But if you can, if there's better management controls, or you do an analysis and you find out that certain procedures are resulting in the need for overtime, right? And then you could really figure out how many you need. Like, can you even say today, how many officers do you think you would need to have a full complement?
Oh,
At least
absolutely.
that. What's that? How many is that?
We're short 400 and about 490 correctional officer. Every facility has a post plan, identify every housing unit where individuals are needed. So I have that facility post plan. I would tell you that I welcome that consultant to come in, because the first thing that consultant is going to tell you, this agency has never been filled to 100% capacity. Right? Since I've been a commissioner, we've had anywhere from 400 to 600 vacancies as a correction officer. In 2025, I hired 300. By the time retirements happened, by the time some separated, some got promoted, I was plus 13. So the 300 that I brought into the academy at the end of the year, I was plus 13. So you take the vacancy levels, you take the workers' comp numbers. Our workers' comp numbers are through the roof. When I have about over 200 individuals every month out for more than 30 days, that has a huge impact in facility operation. In the month of December, I had another 227, 22 that were out less than 30 days, meaning they could have been out one day, they could have been out 1 week, they could have been out 3 weeks. That contributes a lot to the and that's where staff are starting to get burnt out, because guess what? That correction officer now that reports to work is saying, you know what? If I'm working 16 hours, 3 or 4 days out of my 5 days, I'm gonna call out sick on my Friday because I know I'm gonna get drafted. And now we're going into these facility emergency staffing. So there's a lot of components, a lot of factors that go into the staffing level.
No, I understand that. And I understand that, we keep getting told that overtime is high and workers' comp is high and absenteeism is high and, but, what are the underlying reasons for that, right? And look, I'm not naive enough to know that working in a correctional facility isn't a dangerous job, right? I get that. But I just don't think at this point there's been enough information, rationale to justify how many correction officers we need. Those staffing plans, how are they developed? I mean, and are they updated? And if you look at the numbers, right, we have basically the same number of officers we had when we had more facilities.
So let's talk about that.
And the population was higher.
So let's talk about that. At a peak, we had 21 facilities, 21
Yeah.
facilities, 20,000 offenders. Today, we got 13 facilities. Okay, so only 8 facilities have been shut down. Okay.
Only 8? That's a lot of facilities.
Only 8 facilities have been shut down, but before I heard 10. So I just want for the record clear, there's only 8 facilities have been shut down. And our population today is at 11,000. When these facilities were shut down, for example, I'm gonna give you Northern. When I closed Northern, what I did I moved the individuals, the 100 individuals that were in the program, my AS program, Administrative Segregation Program, my gang unit, I moved them to four separate facilities. So those facilities that received these individuals, their post plans had to be adjusted. And they had to mirror the same amount of officers that were at Northern running that operation unit, at the receiving facility. So when I closed Northern up, it was 115 staff members that that left, but I had to add close to 80 posts in 5 different correctional facilities to take in that population. Okay,
But was that a 1-for-1?
It was a 1-for-1. It was definitely.
So is that kind of a net zero?
Exactly. So I'm
So
trying
you're
to
not
figure out.
adding why
Yes.
you need more there.
So-
That's net zero.
No, but if you allow me to walk you through it.
Yeah,
maybe
go ahead.
maybe
Sorry.
we'll get through there to that point. We added a central transportation unit. All right, that was another 100 posts that were added to the post plan in 2013 when these facilities were being closed, you know. Say for instance, in 2023, when the officer got stabbed in the neck,
Mhm.
and the union demanded more correctional staff. And I met with the union and submitted a proposal to the governor's office. And based on the data, these incidents were happening in general populations unit and level 4 facilities. So we went into this facilities and we added probably like close to 100 posts, So the fact that yes, 8 facilities have closed. Yes, we should it makes sense that we should have less officers, but I'm gonna tell you no, because the facilities that we've closed are minimum security facilities. Besides Northern was a supermax, and minimum amount of security facilities, you got about 1,000 inmates and probably 100 staff members. You know, so not a lot. So when you close those facilities, you're not losing a lot of staff members. And furthermore, every time we close the facility, the staff member that would remain at the facility were scattered to other facilities where there were vacancies. So they were filling in vacancies.
But that sounds appropriate, right?
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
you can't leave them in a facility with nothing to do.
That was
Right.
not the intention of my statement, that we're
Yeah.
not gonna leave them in a facility where facilities closed.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. We're gonna redirect the staff member and redeploy them to where the vacancies are at. And that's exactly what we did. But again, I welcome.
So is over the years, has the staffing ratio changed? Or am I understanding what you're saying, that
In some facilities,
that there's more, then you need more staff per incarcerated person now than you did, say, 10 years ago or 15 years ago?
I'm gonna say yes, as the staff
Okay.
ratio has changed.
And why is that?
Based on some, for example, McDougal, we have had some serious incidents there in McDougal where a young female officer was almost murdered. We went in there, not only did we enclose the control center, but then we added another rover. Instead of one rover being in the day room with 60 individuals, now we have 2 rovers in the level 4 facilities in those day rooms. So that has changed.
So is there something about the population of people that are being incarcerated that's changing? Is it the facilities? Is it that we, and facilities recognize are different? Did we close the wrong facilities that where you needed the actual, the way the facilities are laid out, they're easier to manage? Is it like what's precipitating that increase in the ratio between staff and incarcerated person?
When we had 20,000 individuals incarcerated, when you looked into 20,000, you probably have anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 in for misdemeanor offense. As laws have changed, these misdemeanors individuals are not in the in our system. Out of the 11,000 that we had this morning, probably less than 100 are in for misdemeanors. These individuals are in for felony charges. It is my opinion that they're more violent, and the record will indicate that with the increases of staff assaults and offenders assaulting each other that we've had in the last 3 years. So to me, that the population is more violent.
Mm-hmm.
that requires for me to take a look at the posting plans. And every time we did, it was after a significant incident, and we decided, okay, we need to add additional officer in this housing unit. Yes, we did it with one rover 10, 15 years ago. In 2025, 2026, we need to increase the staffing.
And so just going back to our earlier discussion of a culture change, when you look at these incidents, is that where you come down always? Is that the appropriate response is more staff, or are there other things in addition to adding staff, right? Are there programming, are there medical issues that are contributing to some of this stuff? Are there, is it that culture change that you're trying to achieve? Is there a way besides just always adding staff, which doesn't seem to be, you're not building yourself out of the problem, right? Back in the early 2000s, we tried to build our way out of overcrowding, and we didn't, right? So we built all these facilities, and I don't know when you started your career, but you must remember the day they unlocked the front door, the facility was already overcrowded, right? And we always talked about you can't build in this building. We talked about how you can't build your way out of an overcrowding crisis. Well, you can't staff your way out of mismanagement or lack of accountability or problems with, I mean, I know you get who you get, right? You have no control over who comes to DOC. That's the courts and the prosecutors, right? That your role is to, you take who you get. And I understand that, but I just haven't heard anything really that is going to convince me that just throwing more staff at the problem is going to completely solve it.
If I just want to be clear, if I don't get the resources that I need when it comes to correctional officers, okay, and we continue in the same path, okay, it is going to increase the facility lockdowns. All right. In 2025, there was 387. All right. So to me, getting the resources will help. Maybe not changing everything, but it will help me as a commissioner to reduce the lockdowns at these facilities. When the population is locked down because of the lack of staffing, we're punishing the population, now allowing them to go to programs, now allowing them to go to visits, now allowing them to go recreation. So the resources, when it comes to correctional officers, I do need it. And I'm just going to say one more time, I've been in this agency since 1989. Working on year 37, commissioner since the 2020. I've never had a full complement of correction officers, so that I can have the time and opportunity as a commissioner to assess, okay, if you're at 100%, it's going to improve the programming areas in this side, and less lockdowns, more opportunities for the individuals to be out in the out of the cells, and less my staff getting burnt out because they have to do 16 hours, 3 out of the 5 days. And I'm going to need more resources when it comes to the health service unit. I've said this since day one, and I became a commissioner. I submitted that plan to the legislators. It talked extensively about not just the resources, the equipment that is needed. And then the constructions, because these facilities were, let's be honest, these facilities were not meant to be, were not constructed with the idea that this was going to be a program facility or a hospital where you could do physical exams, where you can do eye checks and so forth. It wasn't. So there's going to have to be an investment. It's going to be it's going to have to.
No, that I agree with you there. I agree with you there. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't recognize the need for resources, or that I wouldn't support additional resources. What I'm saying is like, show me the math, right? Like, show me that, how are you going to get a handle on absenteeism and workers' comp and how you're going to get a handle on that, right? And then show me the math in terms of how how you get to the number of staff that you need. Like, I haven't seen that. And maybe you have it, right? Like, you said you have a staffing plan. Maybe that's what I need to see.
Yep.
But I just remember, and if you were there since the late 80s, you remember, right? The big complaint is we have too many heads and not enough beds. Well, now it's kind of flipped, right? We have beds for the heads we have, and we're still having the same problems we had back then. Like, that's the disconnect. I don't get that. And so if we could have a conversation, and if there's a plan that shows that and explains why staffing ratios have gone up, and there's a plan to get a hold of, making the environment better for staff so that more staff can safely be at work, stay at work, do their job, have the training or the opportunities. Like, that's all that goes into staffing beds, right? The staffing plan is not just that we're open 24/7 and we have these many facilities and this is how many people I need, right? Like, it's that it's more nuanced than that.
And I definitely will welcome more conversation with any legislators that wants to take the time and come to these facilities and come to central office and get into more detail, because hour or two here in a public hearing is not going to be
Right.
sufficient for you to understand. I'm a visual learner, so sometimes I got to see things, so I'm pretty sure that there's visual learners in this committee. And if you see how detailed a staffing plan is, the steps that we take and the evaluations that we do when we make changes, and how far of the authority it goes to the deputy commissioner to sign off on that, then we'll have a better idea. But I welcome any assistance that we can have. And if a vendor comes in and wants to do an extensive review of our staffing plans, I welcome that. Definitely welcome that.
Okay, let's see what else do I have. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think this has been helpful. I do have a bunch of questions myself, but I'm gonna pass to Representative Vale for the second time.
Thank you for a second time. Just on clarity, we did this not too long ago in our committee on DCF, and I wish my colleagues were quite as aggressive as they are in this as they were in that. Overall, I look at this analysis, and as I talked about earlier, I have concerns in those areas I talked about, but I don't think this is a scathing report. I think most of this, we need to buckle down on some of the record keeping and accountability, I think, is a huge issue here, where the medication issues is big. Getting people their money back is big. But as far as the general thing, it's a lot more is being made out of this than I see. Just to put things in perspective. Again, I worked at Willard Cybulski. One of those facilities has closed, correct?
Yeah.
Which one's open still? Cybulski? Cybulski. So just so people know, those are dorms. At the time, there's 120 inmates per dorm. How many officers? One. One officer in an open dorm, locked in 120. Okay. Do we want to cut that to a half? Put half an officer in there, or have someone come in for half a shift? I mean, that was 17 years ago. Okay. A more secure facility like Osborne, with a lot of different things going on, 168 inmates, 2 COs. You want to cut that? And there's a lot of mass movement. We have industries, and that's where that incident happened that you mentioned earlier. In the chow hall, the 2 chow halls at Osborne, they fit 250 inmates in those chow halls. There are 3 officers in there, locked in. Something breaks off, they're stuck in there and have to deal with it. And that going in. One person makes sure people don't jump the line. Another person makes sure that only get 1 tray. And we have to do that so there's enough food to feed everybody. If we allow someone to take 2, somebody else doesn't get fed. It's not a fun job. It's a little tedious. And another officer in there making people are seating people. So 3 officers, 250 inmates. Should we cut that down to 2? Will that make everyone safer? Does that make the inmates safer? I don't think it does. So the staffing issue is a non-issue. There's so many posts, they need to be filled. How we fill them, figure that out. But those posts need to be filled. So I want to put clarification on that, because I guarantee you, if anyone actually toured a facility, and that's even tough because you don't even get a real feel for it. But if you take a real tour of a facility with an open mind and see what people go through every day, both as an incarcerated person and as a staff member, see it for real before we pass judgment for people who have never set foot in a prison. So that's my 2 cents, and I got nothing else.
Thank you so much. And I do really hope that the invitation for legislators to come visit, I'm going to be working with your office to try to get. I have seen other facilities in the past, but would look forward to seeing what you have.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know this hearing's gone on a long time and really appreciate your time and your focus and taking away. Um, I know we did talk about the body camera issue, and I'm looking forward to hearing about how that implementation is going, because that does keep our COs safe as well as our incarcerated population.
So I just want to be clear, because you say you want to see how the implementations go. We have not been approved, or we do not have the funds for body cams. The statute just called for the department to have a report on how we would implement body cams when they're funded.
Got it. So I think, we could like to see that report in our committee as well. I'm looking forward to the results of the medical performance audit. I know we need to address some of the, I think you said level 2 issues where people have more of a need to make sure that they're getting their medications timely. I know there is a statute that says they should be getting within 2 hours. I need to understand, why wasn't something delivered in that 2-hour window, because that is the law. And so we need to make sure, whether it's cholesterol medication, whether it's heart medication, or whether it's ADHD or other sort of medications that folks might need. Because those, again, help protect not just our COs, but also our inmate population, to make sure that people are healthy. We talked a lot about training, and I'd like to continue and learn a little bit more about that. So I'm hoping I can work with your office. I think, one of the key things that I kind of took away is I feel like there's a more of a need for trauma-based training. And I know you talked about what's happening in some of our star examples. If they're working so well in some of these cases, why isn't this, more widely done?
Increases the staffing level.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Again, we're keeping our correction officers safe. We're keeping our inmates safe. We will reduce our workers' comp complaints and claims that we have. It just seems like a really important thing. And it's also the law under PREA that we need to have certain levels of training, and things need to happen for folks to be in compliance with those, from my understanding. Next, jumping into administrative leave, we've talked a lot about the 835,000, and hearing that, you had said 8 times, but it was actually 9 times in the report that the auditors highlighted, and 90% of the 10 is a huge, huge issue. And if you extrapolate that 90% error rate, that could be very material for across the whole board. And I guess my question is, why are these people able to go just sit at home? Why aren't they reassigned? It seems like you have a lot of desk administrative type jobs that you need help and support for. If folks are, off for 12 months, why aren't they reassigned to some sort of desk job and maybe some sort of way that they're responsible for looking at the overtime forms and that they've been signed off properly and things that they could help with on a desk to be able to facilitate.
Yep. So early on in my testimony, I did testify regarding that matter. I got myself involved in August, and at the time we had 61 staff members out on administrative leave, and we're down to 27 as of yesterday. And I am looking for opportunities to bring individuals back into the facilities. Some come back in direct contact with the population. Others may come back with no contact with the population and doing administrative work. We have bargaining unions. So I cannot take a correctional officer that's assigned to Bridgeport and say, I'm sending you to central office to work while you're on a administrative leave. That is changing their working locations, and that'll get me as a commissioner in front of OLR with an arbitrator here for violating their contract. So I'm trying to find as much reduce that list so that we're in compliance with the law. And I am making very difficult decisions on individuals that I bring back because some of the cases are still opened. Some of the cases are still opened, and all it's going to take one case where, Commissioner, why did you bring this person back? So I'm with you. I'd rather have them. I'd rather have them in working for the money, but there will be some cases where I have to make a tough decision where I'd rather have them on administrative leave.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's something that we need to think about and think about some sort of policies in place so that we can ensure that we're, in line with union, their job specs and whatever for the union. But I do believe, I mean, you've spoken a lot about lack of staffing. There's a lot of ability to do some sort of audit trail, if you will, paper trail. And so there's definitely the ability for administrative functions that can be done. And I'm hoping that we can figure out a way that we can do that within the person's agreement, because everyone is, due to have their process, and for whatever reason they're off on administrative leave. But I think that that's something that we need to be thinking about. And I'd really like to get an understanding of, you talk about 27 people, what's actually the dollar amount for those 27 people, and how much is that actually costing taxpayers?
Well, 27 individuals that are within the timeframes.
Right.
That
But at any given time, if we have 27 people out, we can say, okay, it's X number of dollars a day on an average time of however long they're out. We can understand how big this problem is, so that we're not necessarily just thinking about today and next week and next month. We're actually thinking about how we can resolve this problem in the longer term to make it more successful for everyone. For people that are on sort of felony arrest for off-duty misconduct, does the agency track what they are been arrested for? So if they're DV or other sort of sexual assault, do we know those sort of cases?
Yeah.
And okay, with those sort of cases, how are we ensuring that those people are not coming back to their regular duties until that it's all been settled?
And that's where the monthly review happens with my office, with Director of Security Division that does the investigation. He has liaisons with these state's attorneys and law enforcement, with the Deputy Commissioner of Operation, HR, the HR director is involved, and the director from Labor Relationship is involved. And it's a conversation on monthly, asking those questions to make sure that the person we bring back is a person that is not going to continue to either victimize the population, victimize another staff member, so that's the conversation that we're having. And I believe I said every month, but it's every 2 weeks we're having that conversation.
That's good to know because that's super important. It's keeping everyone safe again. One of the things you talked about and or the auditors talked about, it was actually an agency response here. It says undue familiarity, often involving contraband being brought into the facility. I think, that could really be minimized for why people are on administrative leave. If we do have the body scanners that both, corrections officers go through as well as the incarcerated individual. I was shocked to hear earlier this year that you can be an incarcerated person at York and an incarcerated person under federal statutes in Danbury, and you'd be treated differently in regards to strip searches. And I think that, as we've discussed in the past, this is something that's really hard, not just on our inmate population, but also on our COs. And it does, I think, cause extra overtime. So I think the way that we can continue to address that is get those in place, get the training involved for folks, and be able to make it more successful. I think also in regards to administrative time, I know that there are things that are outside of your control for agencies, but I think we need, folks need to understand that if there is undue delay as a result of another system, we need to kind of understand how that can maybe be facilitated if possible.
Yes, but I want to be clear, that becomes my responsibility. I don't want to blame any other state agency, whether it's the law enforcement, the courts. It becomes my responsibility during those 2 weeks review to make the decision to bring the individual back and where we're going to put the individual. So I don't want to blame the courts. I don't want to blame any outside law enforcement for the.
Okay. There was just a comment here saying that our agency has no control over the other agencies such as the Inspector General's office, the state police, and judicial court system. So that's just why.
Yeah,
I
and
said
for
that.
the record, I disagree with that comment, and I know I signed off on the report, and it was an eye-opening for me that I need to make sure that I read line by line, word by word, because if I would have saw that comment during my review that went to the auditors, I would have took that out again. It's my responsibility. It's not the court's responsibility, administrator to leave. It's not the court's responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the state's attorney's office. It's not the responsibility of any law enforcement. It's my responsibility.
Okay, so then that kind of goes back to my initial comment at the very beginning of the hearing. It feels like sometimes when we see these repeat um, comments year after year, some of the comments have been around since 2014, some have been around for decades. And it really makes folks wonder that, how seriously are we taking these comments if they're, repeating year after year? And I know we've worked on legislation that's going to provide more real time on this response, but I just think we need to make sure that our taxpayer knows that we are spending their money wisely and responsibly to ensure that we're um, doing everything we can to make this agency be successful. And I think part of it is having the tone set at the top with, adequate reviews of all these things and responsibility to make sure that we are closing off these things. And if there are issues where we need more funding, as Senator Winfield talked about, we want to hear about that in appropriations. And I know all these things are above my pay grade, but I think it's important that folks understand that.
Yeah, and I can assure you 100% that I take these findings very seriously, and I'm gonna do everything I can to correct these findings.
Great to hear. Asset management, we did talk about that earlier. I do think, again, this is an administrative task that, somebody who might be on administrative leave can help manage that.
So that unit went from 8 staff members in 2015 to, I believe it's 2 or 3 staff members, so, but yeah, we need to do a better job. A lot of it is, making sure that if you're moving a computer from this office to the next office or to, from one building to different building, that the paperwork is done. That if we're gonna get rid of, old equipment that's tagged, that we do the proper paperwork, that's tagged so that we can have the documentation.
Again, this is an administrative desk job that I could see being
Well, these been
fulfilled.
I'm gonna say no, because these individuals are required to go into the facilities in direct contact with the population, go from room to room looking for the equipment. So it's not an administrative, the administrative piece is the, filing the paperwork and making sure the paperwork is there, but the actual inspection is these 3 staff members going to these, 13 facilities and, going room to room looking for the equipment.
Yeah, but the documentation is administrative, which
Yes.
is my point. We talked about workers' comp. I do think a lot of these things would be, facilitated with training. And I think, kind of one of the things that we talked about, as Representative Vale talked about, was our DCF hearing. And one of the key things that we found in the DCF hearing is a human trafficking issue. And I think Representative McGee mentioned a while ago that, 90% of our female incarcerated persons have suffered trauma, and they are high-risk individuals for trafficking when they exit the system. And I'm really hoping that we can see some sort of awareness, let people know as they sort of exit the system, how they can be aware of these things, how they can, resources for them out there. I know our parole officers probably work with them. This is something that they can continue to do once people are on the outside. And likewise, the parole officers can also remind the people in their charge that they have outstanding inmate accounts, so that folks hear about it, not just
100%.
as they leave and walk out the door of the facility, but it's sort of like, hey, you have $150 sitting here, and let me know how I can get you a check to do this or give you a card.
So that discharge planning with the parole is very intensive. So that is not the population that I'm worried about that's leaving the money behind. The population that I worry about is the 21,000 individuals that come into the county jail every year and they go to court and they never come back. That's where that's where we need to do a better job in, putting the names of the individuals. Angel Quiros, you got money, can you contact payroll department? Here's your email address, here's the phone number, so we can do a better job with that and getting the information out there.
And maybe it's just the, defending legal counsel assigned to the person can remind the individual, hey, if you have money in an inmate account, this is how you access it. I think, there's a lot of different creative ways that we can do this. It's, there's, a number of things that, I'd like to address, but I'm not going to talk about it today. But, I think, when we look at some of these other, countries that do this really well, like in Norway, I've referred to, is really how they help folks on the outside be successful and not just let them go. I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to do really well to ensure that people are successful on the outside, and that'll reduce our recidivism rates. And that's really the goal that we have, is for the people exiting to become great members of our society, taxpayers, and contributing in the ways that'll be meaningful to them and to our communities. And so with that, I think, I am so sorry. Representative Gucker has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of used to being forgotten at this end of the room, and like you, I feel your pain. I've been here since 10 o'clock, so I understand not only fighting hypothermia in this room, but also numbness to the legs. Just a couple quick things. I've never had to experience what's going on with the Connecticut prison system. I do have a lot of experience with what was brought up, which is the FCI in Danbury. It is so close to my house that at night I see the lights illuminating my neighborhood. And one of the things that they do is every quarter they have a reach out to the community, come into our facility, sit down with the warden and some of the COs and others, and just talk about programs that are going on in the facility. A lot of them very encouraging, things that I think it's important that the community know about. A lot of it dealing with, GED and other programs to educating and have the inmates, once they're released, have actually an opportunity at a better life. And they find that with these programs that they don't return, that they actually have something going on. What kind of brought my attention to Connecticut's system, sadly, was when we were discussing the police accountability bill. And with the remote option, listening to the 12 hours of testimony that went on with that bill. And on a personal note, for me, it was when I heard a familiar voice I hadn't heard in 30 years, probably even longer than that now. This woman got up and she spoke about the situation that happened with her son in one of our Connecticut facilities, and that's now been turned out to be the Robbie Talbert situation. Sadly, I went to school with and graduated with both the parents. So it really kind of struck a chord at me, and I never realized that we were going through these issues. Reading this report and going through it, and I don't want to belabor, everybody's pretty much beaten this one pretty good today. It was disappointing to see that even after that situation happened, that we still have these deficiencies. I am hopeful that with bringing this to light and bringing this to not only your attention, but at this point, everybody who watches CTN, that we can address and fix many of these things that are being brought up. What was kind of nerve-wracking to me was that they used a small demographic to show some of the deficiencies. And then it makes me wonder, well, what is really the bigger number if we were to do a full audit? And I know they can't, and I know that would really be counterproductive. I think by taking that small portion, we can say, we really need to look into this farther. What was been asked to me by actually one of my constituents about the training is, with the training, our CEOs explicitly trained that sexual contact with inmates is illegal and could be punishable with severe disciplinary actions, and that mandatory reporting may lead to a police investigation and criminal charges. Is that part of the training program?
Yes, it is. And let me be clear for the record, under no circumstance, an individual that works for a correction that takes an oath to protect the individuals who are incarcerated are to engage in any undue and sexual relationship with an offender, period. Any evidence that we have will be turned over to Connecticut State Police for full prosecution. And at the end of the investigation, that individual will not be working for the Department of Corrections. The Academy does teach us on professional boundaries for these individuals, and part of the 40 hours of in-service training also touches on professional boundaries.
And I'm glad to hear that, because I know, we do our best to ensure that we have the right actors in the right places, and that we ensure, again, a safe environment for not only, a safe environment is not only for, those incarcerated, but also those who are working there, and some of this came to light also on a second thing I'm happy to see about is the slow implement of the body scanners, because I know this committee did bring up, body cavity search and the trauma not only to those who are being searched, but those who have to perform the search. And I want to thank Representative Vale for really stepping in on that, because he really brought a personal part to that as his experiences, and as he's done here today, of how it's not something we want to do. So I'm happy to see that we're getting that program going, and then maybe we could stay away from, you know, the full body cavity searches. I'm disappointed. I guess we have to get you some money for those body cams. I know that when we mandated this for officers out on the job, you know, and I have family that are on the job, so I get to hear it from both ends. That first they were resistant to it. Now they love it. And they love it because camera don't lie. At least as long as AI doesn't get involved, camera don't lie, you know. And we've also found that some officers that serve in schools are wearing body cams. You know, and when you've got, you know, an issue with a student, you know, the camera don't lie. Student goes home and talks to the parents come back screaming at the school, pull out the body cam. Well, Johnny really wasn't telling you the truth. Here's what happened. You know, so I think that may cut down a lot of this. I think it might also answer some of the training things that, hey, look, the officer, the CO did do what he was due as per training. If there's something deficient in what we're seeing, then maybe we need to look at the training aspect to ensure that we take care of that. So I think we as a legislature need to find you some money and get that on board. I guess as soon as you get your audit or your paperwork out there to say how we actually do this.
Yeah. And not just the body cams, the body scanners. So I just got 2 facilities with body scanners. I want all 13 facilities with body scanners.
And I can agree with you 100% on that, because I think, again, you know, part of the argument we made in the committee about the full body cavity search thing was, let's get these scanners in there. So again, we're not traumatizing, you know, some of the testimonies by the incarcerated that came in or formerly incarcerated to speak as to their experiences. It was horrific, and it led to more problems than it did to more solutions. So I thank you for that. And again, it's my hope. I look forward. I know, understanding how COVID was, everybody up here who served during COVID understands how bad things were and how we were trying to fill in a lot of those holes. And also how COVID was rampant through our corrections facilities, because we couldn't socially distance. We couldn't keep people 6 feet apart. We couldn't go and do all those safety protocols that were necessary. So I am hoping that this report, though it's a bit dated, will be that shot across the bow that we can really get some reform and some change. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment? When it
Sure.
comes to the body scanners, I do not want to take credit for that. I want to credit Ms. Barbara Fair from Stop Solitary, because she's always been on my back about these body scanners. And reducing the, so I want to make sure that it was her advocacy that that got me to the table and to fight for these body scanners.
Well, I can say, I guess it's good to have a pointed stick every now and to kind of poke a bit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I thought of one other question I forgot to ask. Who does the PREA audits? Because I asked the auditors of public accounts. There are a number of them on your system. They are about 200 pages each. And I have looked at them, and I know it wasn't the scope of this hearing today, but I do have some, you know, questions that I'd love to follow up on later with someone, because there's some questions that I had overall on that. But who does those audits?
Yeah, so it is a vendor. We go out on an RFP. The individuals bid. I think we've had probably, we're going to our 4th different vendor that's doing it. And I just want to highlight, because at York, so in York, in April 4th, in April 5th in 2016, the auditor at the time came out, did their report, submitted a report to the DOJ, and we passed the DOJ audit. No funds were lost that year. August, this is again in York, August 5th and 6th and 7th of 2019, the vendor went into York, did their audit, submitted it to the DOJ. The DOJ sent a letter to the governor's office and my office that we were in compliance. No funds were lost. May 15, 16, 2022. Again, an audit was the auditor came in, submitted his or her findings, and the DOJ came back, said we were in compliance, no funds were lost. And on March 24th, 25th, 26th, 2025, the auditor came in, submitted the report to the DOJ, and we have not been found in violation, or we have not lost any funding when it comes to the PREA.
Thank you. So these are facility audits rather than overall departmental audits. Is that correct?
This is a vendor that comes in, that's hired. He or she's an independent, not a DOC.
Right. No,
staff
no,
member.
no. I'm sorry. This individual, the auditor reviews the facilities,
Policies,
but each facility
Each
rather
facility.
than,
correct.
what I understand is there's also an opportunity for overall systems to have a departmental audit overall of everything rather than an individual. Is that correct under PREA? Are you allowed to do that?
I'm gonna say that the 13 facilities go through a PREA audit through the vendor, and a report submitted to DOJ, and DOJ will come back. Since 2016, there has not been a facility in the state of Connecticut that has failed a PREA audit, nor that any federal funds have been taken back because we failed a PREA audit.
Okay. I mean, again, that's kind of outside of this. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not really the scope of this particular hearing, but I'm gonna go ahead.
Sorry, I need to piggyback off Representative Gucker's question on full body scanners. So I support that concept, and you've implemented them. And so we used to do, or we did strip searches for safety and security purposes with visits and any contact with the outside. Is this performing? Are you comfortable that it's by using the body scanners as opposed to traditional strip searches, that you have the same level of security?
Greater.
Okay, good.
Greater. The body scanners will pick up anything that's hidden on the person's body when they come in from court or being admitted to the facility, or if they go up to an outside hospital trip. And it will also reduce the contrabands that's coming to and through the facility to the visiting shakedown room, and it'll put more emphasis. It will put more emphasis when when our 13 facilities have body scanning, that if drugs are coming in, then it's going to point straight to the correctional staff members.
Yeah, I'm good with that, and that's encouraging to hear. So thank you for whoever pushed that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it was a really much of a group effort. And, reading the Falcon report was the thing that kind of got me very interested in it. And also the advocacy of Ms. Fair and some other people in our state. This is why having you reach out to your legislators and tell them what's important to you for Connecticut is so vital in advocating for these. So appreciate that for everybody. And it's with that, I'm gonna, I think, close the committee informational hearing for today. Again, thank you so much, Commissioner. I know this has been a long day, and I know you've put a lot of effort in this, and you've made great strides since you've started. It is a big mountain that you have, and we all recognize it, and you've had some challenging things during that time. So we do appreciate everything that you do and all of the work that you do to ensure that we are doing the best for our communities here. So thank you so much. And thank you to the rest of your team.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to the auditors that I think left a little while ago. And our wonderful administrators, thank you so much for managing and setting up things today and ensuring that we didn't freeze to death. See you in a few weeks with other hearings and also opening a session. Thanks.